Chapter 122. Name, Qian Shanxue Category, Treasure of Luck Level, Low-Grade Spiritual Weapon Introduction, Slay Evil and Suppress Luck. Looking at the long saber in his hand that had changed greatly, Qin Shujian couldn't help but feel shocked. Just now, he threw all 6 luck points on Qian Shanxue. As a result, not only did this long saber surpass the level of a refined weapon, but it also directly promoted Yuan Zhong to a 3rd-level force. This was something that Qin Shujian never expected. He knew that the Treasure of Luck could improve the sect's luck. But what he didn't expect was that just 7 luck points was enough to raise Yuan Zhong's level by a single level. Thinking back, in order to promote from a 1st-level force to a 2nd-level force, Liangshan village directly annexed several forces and a novice village, and finally managed to promote. It was already so difficult to promote from a 1st-level force to a 2nd-level force. It would only be more difficult to promote from a 2nd-level force to a 3rd-level force. But for so long, Liangshan village only annexed the core token of a novice village, which was far from the standard of promotion. Now, 7 luck points directly made up for this shortcoming. This time, the effect of the luck points directly raised Qin Shujian's level in his mind by several levels. Low-grade spiritual weapon. Looking at the long saber that had already turned into a crystal, the shallow horizontal lines on the saber had become clear at this time, as if they were naturally engraved. Even if he didn't swing the saber had a fierce aura overflowing, which made people shudder. Buzz. The long saber automatically hummed again. A kind of telepathic thought was transmitted from the saber, which made Qin Shujian feel an inexplicable emotion. It was like joy. It was also like curiosity. The saber has a spirit, so it's called a spiritual weapon. Qin Shujian somewhat understood what a spiritual weapon was. 7 luck points can directly upgrade a 5th-grade refined weapon to a spiritual weapon level. If I get more luck points, what level can it be upgraded to? A fairy weapon or a divine weapon? Then, he looked at the number of life sources. There were only a little more than 1,000 life sources left, but now there were more than 6,000, almost 7,000. The reason for this? It was because the promotion of a 3rd-level force directly gave him 5,000 life sources as compensation. In a 3rd-class force, the highest level of cultivation could be raised to was the 2nd level of the martial realm. At the same time, his lower limit was raised to the 9th stage of the basic realm. The aura unique to the genuine martial realm that had erupted from Yuan Zhong's body did not escape Qin Shujian's perception. Based on the number of martial artists in the Sky Origin sect who were at the 8th level of the basic martial realm, the increase of 3 levels was enough to push these people to the 1st level of the true martial realm. As for Zheng Fang, who was in the 9th stage of the basic realm, he had directly reached the 2nd stage of the true martial realm. The 1,000 Yuan sect disciples who had just come into contact with the cultivation method had naturally reached the 3rd level of the basic martial realm. It could be said that a single promotion was enough to double the strength of the entire force. Then, Qin Shujian studied the 1,000 mountain blood in his hand again. 4 low-grade spiritual weapons. This was the first time he had heard of and seen the real thing. On the other side, Zheng Fang also recovered from the sudden increase in strength. Feeling the liquefied quintessence in his body, he came to a realization. Hall Master Zheng, how do you feel? Ji Yufeng's words directly pulled him back to reality. Hearing this, he smiled and said, I was a little rude just now. Steward Ji Yu, please don't take offense. A promotion in strength is a good thing. May I ask, what level is Hall Master Zhang at now? The 2nd level of the true martial realm. Ji Yufeng said to himself, as expected. A 3rd-level force was raised by 3 levels. An expert in the 9th stage of the basic realm directly became an expert in the 2nd stage of the true martial realm. This was also the reason why there were so many experts who wanted to enter sects with great prospects. The reason was because the promotion of a force was very likely to reduce years or even decades of hard work. Then he cupped his hands and congratulated. A breakthrough from the 9th stage of the basic realm to the 2nd stage of the true martial realm has saved a lot of hard work. I have to congratulate Hall Master Zheng. Haha, Steward Ji Yu, you're too polite. Zheng Fang was also in a good mood. With the promotion of a third-level force, the entire Yuan sect strength had increased a lot. However, the sudden increase in strength did not cause too much change in Yuan sect, because the most important thing at the moment was to solve the problem of renovation. Renovation was more like renovation. It was more like rebuilding. When Mount Liang changed, it did not affect the buildings on the mountain too much. Most of the buildings that were destroyed were the villages built at the foot of the mountain. However, with Yuan sect's current status, it was impossible for them to continue using the simple model of a village. A sect was not something a bandit force could compare to. Therefore, Qin Shujian had the idea of rebuilding. 3 days passed in a row. In these 3 days, the entire Yuan sect was busy. There were hundreds of skilled craftsmen and thousands of Yuan sect members assisting them. In these 3 days, they had used up a lot of building materials, but in exchange, they were able to see the beginnings of a house. This is Mount Liang. Song Qing looked at the towering mountain in front of him that seemed to reach the clouds. The shock in his heart was needless to say. Whether it was in real life, or in the game, this was the first time he was so close to such a majestic mountain. It was not too hard to find the location of Mount Liang. As a player, the location of every novice village was shared on the forum. There were also maps drawn by players who liked to explore. Not to mention the distance, if a player was in the same ordinary realm or true dominion, it was not difficult to find a nearby boundary. It was difficult. However, when crossing the boundary, one would have to face unknown dangers. Or a powerful monster. Or an ambush by other players. For example, players killing other players to drop equipment would happen from time to time in the game. From the Flying Leaf City to the boundary of Mount Liang, only Song Qing knew how much trouble he had encountered. Fortunately, he was already a high-level player at the 7th stage of the martial initiation realm. Or else, it was still unknown whether he would be able to reach this place. The coordinates on the map could not be faked. Therefore, after looking at Mount Liang from afar, Song Qing immediately increased his pace and rushed towards Mount Liang. I hope that I can successfully enter the sect this time. Otherwise, these few days will be wasted. When he thought about entering the sect, his heart burned with passion. This was the reason why he had traveled such a long distance to come here. After learning that Qin Shujian had broken through to the true martial realm and established a sect, causing the true dominion players of Mount Liang to activate the sect mode, Song Qing had rushed to Mount Liang immediately. In fact, other than him, many other players had made the same decision. However, Song Qing's luck was better. He was the first to reach Mount Liang. Soon, with the strength of the 6th stage of the martial initiation realm, it did not take long for him to reach the foot of Mount Liang. Just as Song Qing was about to ascend the mountain, a person blocked his path. May I ask if you are an expert from the origin sect? Inhuman? Liu looked down at Song Qing with a strange expression on his face. Song Qing cupped his hands politely and said, yes. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the NPC in front of him suddenly make a move. Suddenly, the top of his head turned black. Then, a terrifying pressure broke his bones and broke his tendons. His body was in pain as he turned into white light and dissipated. After killing the player in front of him with one palm, Liu shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. TSK. I did not expect that a mutant would dare to come knocking on my door. This is really strange. Ever since they had destroyed a few mutant villages, when the mutants saw them, they had almost run away. Now that a mutant had come knocking on his door, he naturally felt that it was strange. As the origin sect's power level increased, Liu jumped from the 7th stage of the martial initiation realm to the 10th stage of the martial initiation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through the boundary and becoming a true force realm expert. For an expert of the 10th stage of the martial initiation realm to deal with a player of the 6th stage of the martial initiation realm, it was too easy to kill him in one move. After killing Song Qing with one palm, Liu ordered the other origin sect members to guard the path up the mountain. Then, he immediately returned to report. Although the mutants that had appeared were not strong, or rather, they were a little weak. His sect master's attitude towards mutants was very cautious. Now that a mutant had appeared at the foot of Mount Liang, He naturally did not dare to hide this matter. On the other side. Novice Village 16698. On the busy village road, a white light flashed and Song Qing's astonished face appeared. Even now, he still did not understand why he had died so quickly. He also did not understand why that NPC would suddenly make a move. Looking at the system notification, the person who had killed him was indeed someone from the Origin sect. Then, seeing that his cultivation had dropped by 1 stage, Song Qing's face instantly darkened. The Origin sect's NPC is too ruthless. He didn't even give me a chance to speak before killing me. Even if there was a disagreement, it shouldn't be to this extent. He felt that he had been very polite and did not offend anyone. Why would the other party suddenly make a move for no reason? Song Qing suddenly remembered how the Mount Liang village's fort master had destroyed the village and slaughtered the players. He could not help but wonder if the other party had an innate hatred towards players. Impossible. Since the system said that the sect mode is open, there is no reason why I can't enter a sect. Did I use the wrong method? Then, Song Qing shook his head and strengthened his belief. For him, the punishment of dying once was unbearable. However, if he could enter a sect, this kind of loss was not unbearable. However, looking at the place where he was, Song Qing wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm back. He had traveled for several days to reach Mount Liang. Now, after reviving, he had returned to the starting point. This meant that he would have to spend another few days to reach Mount Liang from here. His cultivation had dropped from the 6th stage of the martial realm to the 5th stage of the martial realm. This meant that it would be even more difficult for him to cross the boundary. If I die, then I die. No matter what, I have to enter a sect first. Song Qing gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He turned around and went to the village to purchase some necessary resources before leaving the village again. On the other side, Liu also reported the matter of the Inhumans to Qin Shujian. This time, after hearing the news of the players, Qin Shujian calmed down a lot. His powerful strength gave him the confidence to sit back and watch the clouds move. Chapter 123. It wasn't strange that there were players. After all, the number of players in the game was probably in the hundreds of millions. This could be seen from the name of the novice village. What was strange was why the players came to Liang Mountain. One had to know. Since the players had arrived, the former Liang Mountain stronghold and the current Sky Origin sect had destroyed 3 novice villages in a row. If resurrection was counted as one life, then the number of players who had died at the hands of the Sky Origin sect was probably in the hundreds of thousands. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian didn't believe that these players were not afraid of the Sky Origin sect. If it was a large group of players, it would be fine. He could still think that there were some daring players who had come to form a team to clear the dungeon. But there was only one person. What was the difference between that and death? After pondering for a while, Qin Shujian asked, "How strong is the mutant?" He should be at the 6th or 7th stage of the basic martial realm. However, if he could be killed by me with 1 palm, then he shouldn't have exceeded this range, Liu answered truthfully. Speaking of which, he paused for a while before continuing. However, the mutant just now seemed a little different from the other mutants. His tone was somewhat polite, and I didn't feel any killing intent from him. Although there wasn't any killing intent, the mutant had been killed with 1 palm. However, Liu still thought that this matter should be reported to Qin Shujian. When Qin Shujian heard this, his expression changed slightly. No evil intent. This didn't conform to the way players did things. He thought of something and said slowly, "If more mutants come and there aren't many of them, don't be in a hurry to act. Observe the situation. If there are too many of them, kill them directly." "Yes," Liu replied respectfully. Immediately after, he turned and left. Qin Shujian had an indescribable expression as he recalled what Liu had said. All this time, he had thought that Liang Mountain stronghold was equivalent to a dungeon that players had cleared. He himself was equivalent to the dungeon's guardian boss. There was no possibility of reconciliation between him and the players. However, looking at the situation now, It seemed that there was a slight discrepancy with his expectations. Qin Shujian didn't know. Was this something that he hadn't noticed before, or was this change caused by the Sky Origin Sect's promotion to the True Dominion? The game has been updated. Or did something happen that I don't know? Several thoughts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. He was not a local NPC. His previous self had experience as a player, so he was especially sensitive to these changes. However, a guess was just a guess. It couldn't be taken seriously. At this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly had the urge to understand the players. For example, which world did the player come from? Was it the world of his previous life or some other foreign world? Or perhaps, who was the one who developed this game world? Was he really just a virtual NPC, or was this a real world? In his previous life, Qin Shujian couldn't remember when games had developed to such an extent. Even in his previous life, games were still controlled by the keyboard. These things. In the past, he didn't think too much about it because he didn't have much time to think about it. His mind was filled with ideas of how to get rid of the players. Now that he had some free time and coincidentally encountered this matter, he had these thoughts. Immediately, Qin Shujian's expression became solemn. If there was a GM in this game, then he should be considered an uncontrollable factor that took advantage of the game's bug. If his actions were discovered to be wrong, what if his data were reconstructed or this character was directly deleted? Would he cease to exist? However, if this is really the case, my previous few attacks on the village should have attracted attention. Unless the degree of freedom in this game is extremely high, and every NPC's actions have no fixed script. Qin Shujian muttered to himself. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Perhaps this game doesn't have a GM. After all, rather than saying that someone developed such a realistic game, I'm more inclined to believe that this is a real world. The thing that could make him have such thoughts. It was just because everything in the game was too realistic. It was so realistic that the NPCs in the game were like living people with flesh and blood. If it wasn't for the appearance of the players, and the data on the attribute panel, and the settings that could be refreshed and revived, Qin Shujian would have thought that this was a real world. It was also because of this that he had so many guesses. He suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Qin Shujian decided not to think about this problem for the time being. When the time was right in the future, he would take the opportunity to understand it. However, before that, I seem to have something that I haven't done. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with his palm. He flipped through the memories in his mind, trying to recall what he had missed. To put it bluntly, it was because he had too much free time during this period. Everyone in Yuan's sect was busy with the matters of repair and reconstruction. As the sect master, he couldn't do it personally. If he did, it would be a little degrading. While he was bored, naturally, he wanted to find something to do. What exactly is it? Qin Shujian kept flipping through the memories, and he couldn't help but frown. All of a sudden, he took out a bronze token from his chest, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. I was wondering what I had forgotten. It turns out that it was about this unknown cave. Holding the bronze token in his hand, Qin Shujian finally remembered. He remembered that when he had used the bronze token, the coordinates of the unknown cave had shown that it was in the immortal planes. However, when he was about to explore it, the undying evil lord had broken out of the seal, and the demon disaster had prevailed, causing this plan to be temporarily put on hold. Later on, after killing the undying evil lord and coming into contact with the demon disaster, he couldn't immediately recall it. However, Qin Shujian looked at the bronze token in his hand, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Now that I have nothing to do, I can take a look at this unknown cave. Maybe there will be some good opportunities. He wasn't worried about any danger inside. A cave that existed in the ordinary realm, he expected that its threat level wouldn't exceed the basic realm. With his current level of level 3 true martial realm, he could directly soar to level 8 false true martial realm in the Liang Mountain Real Dominion. He could go anywhere in the Liang Mountain Real Dominion. He would do it as soon as he thought of it. Qin Shujian's character had always been swift and decisive. Soon, he called Zheng Fang over. I'm leaving the Yuan sect and will be back in a day or two. If there's anything, I'll leave it to you. Zheng Fang was now an expert at level 2 true martial realm. In the entire Yuan sect, other than him, the sect master, he was the strongest. In addition, he was well versed in the ways of the world. Qin Shujian was able to temporarily entrust the Yuan sect to him, so he could rest assured. Hearing this, Zheng Fang replied respectfully, I'll follow the sect master's orders. He didn't ask too much. Even though he was now an expert of the true martial realm, he didn't overstep in front of Qin Shujian. Seeing his attitude, Qin Shujian nodded to himself. After a simple explanation, he directly left. As for Qin Shujian's departure, no one wantonly announced it, and no one deliberately concealed it. It was just so natural. Everything in the Yuan sect was still going according to plan. The Immortal Plains wasn't far from the Liang mountain boundary. With the speed of a true martial realm expert, it would take less than an hour to travel at full speed. However, Qin Shujian wasn't in a hurry, so there was no need to be too anxious. Walking on the wilderness road, there were weeds and lush trees everywhere. Whoosh! A black shadow pounced out from the bushes and directly blocked his path. When Qin Shujian looked over, he saw a tiger with white eyes, a white forehead, and the word Big King on its forehead. It was staring at him with bared teeth, saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. He was looking at the tiger. The tiger was also looking at him. To tell the truth, it wasn't that Qin Shujian hadn't seen a tiger before. At least on the lion-tiger plain, there were many tigers. However, it was his first time coming into contact with one at such a close distance. At this moment, the white tiger with drooping eyes paced back and forth on the spot, but its eyes never left Qin Shujian, as if it was looking for a point of attack. Qin Shujian's eyes focused. His pitch-black eyes were like sharp knives. Then, there seemed to be a shocking tiger roar, shaking hundreds of birds and causing them to fly away. Awoo! The white tiger's heart suddenly trembled, as if it had seen something terrible. It directly turned around and ran away with its tail between its legs. Qin Shujian, however, continued to walk forward slowly. He had no intention of chasing after them. How much life source could a tiger provide? For his current number of thousands, the life source provided by this kind of beast was not even a hair from 9 oxen. Encountering the white tiger on the road was just a small interlude. Qin Shujian didn't take long to arrive at the edge of Liang Mountain. Further ahead, it was the range of the Immortal Plains. There was no need to hesitate. Qin Shujian directly stepped forward and entered the Immortal Plains. The undead demon lord had broken out of the seal. The demon disaster had already killed all the creatures in the Immortal Plains and turned them into a member of the demon disaster. The current Immortal Plains. It wasn't a place of death, but it was definitely a place where no human or animal survived. The erosion of demon chi is really tyrannical. Wherever the demon disaster passes, it's a place of death. Stepping on the black ground, Qin Shujian also sighed in his heart. Even if the evil demon was dead now. But this land that had been eroded by the demon chi had long been cut off from life. The black soil that was filled with death aura was the most direct symbol. Only after a long period of time and allowing the spirit energy of heaven and earth to wash it away would it be possible to expel the demon chi bit by bit, allowing this area to regain its vitality. Or else, this place would probably become a forbidden area where no life could set foot in. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out the bronze token again. After sensing the exact location of the unknown cave, he put it away. Next, a powerful impact erupted from his feet, and his body flew straight over like a flying bird. In the blink of an eye, he had opened a distance of more than 10 feet. After entering the Immortal Plains, feeling the deathly stillness of this area, Qin Shujian didn't want to stay any longer. It wasn't that he was afraid. It was just that the deathly stillness of this area made people very uncomfortable. After staying for a long time, it affected his mood. Chapter 124. It was a dilapidated swamp. A faint greenish-black mist filled the air. Qin Shujian stepped on the surface of the swamp and poured true essence into his legs so that he would not sink into the swamp. This was only one of the uses of true essence. As an expert of the real martial arts realm, no matter what level it was far beyond the basic martial arts realm. This is the location of the unknown cave abode. Looking at the swamp around him, Qin Shujian's facial expression did not change. The greenish-black mist was formed by the mixture of marsh gas and other toxins. If an ordinary person entered this place without any means of avoiding the poison, it would only take a short while for the poison to take effect. Even if it was someone of the basic martial arts realm, as long as they did not reach the peak of their qi and blood, they would not be able to resist the poison gas here. Even if it was someone of the 6th stage of the basic martial arts realm, it would be difficult to maintain the poison if they stayed here for too long. However, all these restrictions were only for the basic martial arts realm. After all, this was a swamp born in the ordinary realm. No matter how strong they were, most of them revolved around the basic martial arts realm. Those that could threaten the real martial arts realm were very rare. Qin Shujian was not sure if there were any forbidden areas in the Liang Mountain True Dominion that could threaten the real martial arts realm. However, he was sure of one thing. Even if there were, it would definitely not include the swamp in front of him. Qin Shujian walked in the swamp according to the coordinates given by the bronze token. The greenish-black mist blocked most of the sunlight. The sunlight that shone in could only disperse a little of the darkness. Therefore, this swamp was in a dark environment all year round. Logically speaking, such an environment was most likely to breed all kinds of poisonous insects. However, while walking in the swamp, Qin Shujian did not find a single poisonous insect or even a living creature. When he felt the faint devil qi in the greenish-black mist, Qin Shujian suddenly understood. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the devil qi's ability to destroy everything. About 10 minutes later, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks and looked at the dried-up swamp in front of him. He took out the bronze token. The bronze token, which had been normal all this time, suddenly emitted a greenish-black light that shone directly on the dried-up swamp. Rumble. The ground shook violently. In front of Qin Shujian's shocked eyes, the dry swamp cracked open, and a stone tablet as tall as 2 people rose directly from the bottom. On the stone tablet, 4 large words were engraved on it. Brilliant Star Immortal Cave. You found the cauldron abode. Information from the system appeared. Qin Shujian narrowed his eyes and looked at the 4 words on the stone tablet. A majestic aura instantly hit him in the face. Huading Cavern. Just from these 4 words, he could tell that the person who left behind the stone tablet was definitely extraordinary. At least, Qin Shujian didn't think he could do that. I thought it was just a small cave, but I didn't expect it to involve such an expert. It seems that there might be something good inside. Subsequently, he looked at the bottom right corner of the stone tablet. There was a dent there. If he wanted to compare, it just happened to match with the bronze token. After looking at the token in his hand, Qin Shujian walked up to the stone tablet and inserted the token into the gap. Hum. An invisible wave spread out from the stone tablet. Qin Shujian instinctively took 2 steps back and activated his quintessential essence. He stared at the stone tablet, guarding against any accidents. The words Huading Cavern on the stone tablet were violently distorted. Immediately, a crazy pulling force erupted. The spirit energy of heaven and earth above the immortal planes seemed to be pulled by something. It instantly broke through the barrier of the greenish-black fog and gathered in the stone tablet. As the greenish-black fog broke apart, a large amount of sunlight shone through the gap, dispelling most of the dark atmosphere in the swamp. The movement is quite big. Qin Shujian's expression was calm. The extent of the pulling force of the spirit energy of heaven and earth by the stone tablet was enough to affect the entire immortal planes. Such a movement was not small at all. At least, anyone with some strength in the Liang Mountain True Dominion should be able to detect this change. However, even if the movement of the stone tablet was big, Qin Shujian didn't care. In the Liang Mountain True Dominion, no one was qualified to snatch something in front of him. This was his confidence as the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. Therefore, When the stone tablet was pulling the spirit energy of heaven and earth crazily, Qin Shujian stood aside and watched silently. He allowed it to absorb. As the spirit energy of heaven and earth kept surging, a dense light gradually appeared on the stone tablet, like a whirlpool. This change. It lasted for half an hour. Qin Shujian looked a little impatient. The stone tablet had been absorbing for a long time, but it showed no signs of stopping. The scene in front of him also told him that the cave abode had not really opened. One had to know. Following the upgrade of the True Dominion, the spirit energy of heaven and earth had become several times richer than before. Under such circumstances, the stone tablet still needed to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth for such a long time. If it had been in the ordinary realm, Qin Shujian estimated that it would take more than half a day. All of a sudden, his ears twitched slightly. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. There, 3 figures were rushing in his direction. Every single one of them exuded a powerful aura. Given Qin Shujian's eyesight, he could tell that the 3 figures were 2 men and a woman. Before the 3 of them could get close, Qin Shujian suddenly struck out with his palm. His quintessential essence instantly transformed into a huge palm print and crushed toward the 3 of them. The terrifying power caused the 3 of them to stop abruptly. They looked at the incoming palm print in shock. At the same time, an angry shout was heard. Scram! This simple word caused the blood in their bodies to disperse. Immediately after, the palm print approached them. The 3 of them could not resist it. They were directly pushed back by the palm print. He was sent flying for hundreds of feet before falling into the swamp. As soon as they landed, the 3 of them realized that they had not suffered any serious injuries. They immediately turned around and flew out of the swamp. They were not stupid. That palm strike just now was obviously the person who had struck out with mercy. Or else, given his terrifying strength, he could definitely kill the 3 of them with one move. With such an expert around, the 3 of them did not dare think about the anomaly in the swamp. Only after they had escaped far away, the 2 men and the woman finally stopped. Huff and puff. One of the middle-aged men was panting heavily. He looked at the swamp forest behind him with lingering fear and said in shock, "The person who attacked us was a true martial realm expert." Quintessential essence left his body. He must be a true martial realm expert. The other man nodded and said in shock, "It has only been a while since we advanced to the True Dominion. How could there be a true martial realm expert so quickly? Could he be an expert from another region? Maybe he is from another region, or maybe he is from the True Dominion of Mount Liang. Could he be?" The 3 of them looked at each other and suddenly stopped talking. It would be fine if he was an expert from another region. However, if he was from the True Dominion, given the fact that the True Dominion had just been upgraded, the identity of a true martial realm expert was obvious. The woman sighed and said, "I did not expect that the anomaly would be caused by the Protectorate Lord of Mount Liang. With an expert like him around, there is nothing for us to do. If he had not shown mercy, we would have died there. Let's go, let's go." The other 2 also understood in their hearts. On the other side, Qin Shujian retracted his palm and watched the 3 fleeing figures. He did not attack again. The 3 people who had been attracted by the anomaly, he had no intention of silencing them. As long as they knew what was good for them, he would give them a warning and let them leave. However, if they did not know what was good for them, Qin Shujian would show them the strength of the Protectorate Lord of Mount Liang's strength. The stone tablet was still absorbing the spirit qi of heaven and earth. During this period, several more groups of people rushed over from all directions. There was no exception. These people could not even get close to the stone tablet before they were sent flying by Qin Shujian's palm. Quintessential essence left the body. This was the sign of a true martial realm expert. For ordinary people in the basic martial realm, they might not know what the true martial realm was like. However, almost all the people who had been attracted to the stone tablet were top-notch basic realm experts. Every single one of them. They were at least at the 8th stage of the basic realm. Such experts were qualified to know about the True Dominion, and most of them knew about the existence of the true martial realm. Therefore, when they saw the quintessential essence leave the body, The knowledgeable people left without looking back. A true martial realm expert in a place like the Immortal Plane, which was close to Mount Liang. They only needed to think a little to know. There was a high probability that the person who had attacked them was that person. Even if it was someone they did not know, when they realized the difference in strength between the two sides, they would retreat silently. No matter what, up until now, everyone who had come was still tactful. They did not let Qin Shujian kill them. Another hour passed. Finally, the suction force of the stone tablet weakened. The surging spirit qi of heaven and earth seemed to have lost its target. Without the spirit qi of heaven and earth, the opening above the swamp only existed for a short while before it was covered by the dark green fog again. The entire swamp sank into darkness. Then, the darkness only lasted for a short while before it was swept away by a warm light. The stone tablet, which had absorbed a large amount of spirit qi of heaven and earth, was emitting a dark green light, as if it was made of jade. In the middle of the stone tablet, a dense whirlpool was rotating slowly. A faint aura was emitted from behind the whirlpool, indicating that the cave abode had officially opened. Qin Shujian glanced at the stone tablet twice before he finally arrived in front of the whirlpool. When he sensed the aura behind the whirlpool, he stepped into it without hesitation. A mysterious fluctuation spread. The moment Qin Shujian's body touched the whirlpool, it was as if he had been swallowed by the stone tablet. Not a trace of his body could be seen. As Qin Shujian entered, the dark green light emitted by the stone tablet suddenly weakened. In an instant, the swamp regained its tranquility. Chapter 125. You have entered the Huading cave abode. After passing through the whirlpool, Qin Shujian received a message from the system before he could see his surroundings clearly. When he looked around, he realized that he was in a tunnel. Soon after, Qin Shujian looked at his attributes. Apart from the fact that he did not have Yuanzong's bonus, he still had the bonus from the Liangshan Protectorate Lord. This meant that he was still in the Liangshan True Dominion. When he looked back, Qin Shujian saw the whirlpool that he had entered from. Then, he looked away and walked toward the tunnel. He knew that he would arrive at another place after passing through the whirlpool. This was the first time he had heard of it. Before he figured out the trick, Qin Shujian could not estimate the specific strength of the person who had left the cave abode. Not long after, the tunnel suddenly widened. 3 stone doors appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. There was a strange word engraved on each of the stone doors. Qin Shujian realized that he did not recognize it, but he understood the meaning of the word the moment he saw it. Heaven, earth, and human. There was a heaven door, an earth door, and a human door. The heaven door was in the middle. The earth door was on the left. The human door was on the right. Do I have to choose one of the 3? Qin Shujian was hesitant for a moment. The situation in front of him was very clear. Behind the 3 stone doors, there should be different things. However, since the person who had left the cave abode had divided the stone doors into 3, there was a high probability that the person who entered the cave abode could only choose one of them. Of course, he also needed to be able to open all 3 stone doors. However, these were uncertain things. Qin Shujian frowned as he looked at the heaven, earth, and human stone doors. His gaze swept back and forth between them. Maybe he could choose all of them. Maybe he could only choose one of the 3. Therefore, the choice now was very important. In the end, Qin Shujian's gaze landed on the heaven door in the middle. There was no other reason. It was just that he felt that the things behind the heaven door might be more important. When he arrived in front of the heaven door, Qin Shujian placed his palm on the stone door and wanted to push it open. As soon as he exerted force, he found that the stone door did not budge at all. It was as if it was not a stone door, but a stone wall. Open! Qin Shujian's complexion became serious. He shouted in his heart, and the real qi in his dantian instantly burst out. A terrifying power gushed out from his palm, and directly pushed the stone door open. The moment the stone door opened a crack, a ray of dim light shot out from within. Qin Shujian was shocked. Without thinking, he retreated. At the same time, he unsheathed the mountain blood. Powerful quintessential essence surged and he slashed out a sharp saber light. This saber. He gave it his all. This was also the first time since he had stepped into the true martial realm that he had truly used all his strength. This blade, which was enough to kill a true martial realm martial artist, was nothing in front of the dim light. In fact, the saber hadn't even slashed down completely. The dim light had already pierced through the saber radiance and directly entered Qin Shujian's eyes. Boom! There was a buzzing sound in his mind. Qin Shujian only felt that the dim light occupied his eyes, and his vision suddenly blurred. When he came back to his senses, he was standing in the swamp again. The stone tablet was still the same stone tablet. However, the whirlpool on it had disappeared, and the words Huading Cave Mansion were restored. You've got the spiritual eye. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Liangshan Region Leader. Identity, Sect Leader of Yuan Sect. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Influence Level, Level 2 Realm, Level 8 of the True Martial Realm, within the Liangshan Region, Realm +5, Cultivation Method, Level 13 of the Origin Canon, Level 11 of Longevity Extension, Level 7 of Indestructible Body, Level 6 of the Star-Shattering Quintessential Essence, Low Grade of the True Rank, Martial Arts, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Dao Accessing, 5. Elements 8 Trigrams Steps, Oneness of Heaven and Man, Low Grade of the Mortal Rank, 7 Leaf Flower Piercing Palm, plus, Perfection, Low Grade of the Mortal Rank, Special Ability, Spiritual Eye Life Source, 1, 886 Luck Value, 0. Looking at his own attributes, Qin Shujian was also curious. Compared to before, there was an additional special ability in his attributes. Spiritual Eye. Qin Shujian murmured. He tried to put his mind power on it, but he did not get any useful information. However, when he looked at his surroundings, his expression changed abruptly. In his vision, in the dim swamp, there was a trace of illusory black gas, which was completely different from the surrounding greenish-black fog, as if it existed independently. Wherever the black gas went, the greenish-black fog would retreat, as if it had encountered a terrifying existence. When a wisp of black gas swam past a withered plant, the plant instantly withered. The plant immediately withered. In less than 10 seconds, it had completely withered. This was devil qi. Qin Shujian looked solemn. He had never seen what the real devil qi was like, because it was like the spirit qi of heaven and earth. It was invisible and could quietly erode everything. The illusory black gas in front of him had similar characteristics to devil qi. After thinking about where he was, Qin Shujian was basically sure. It was devil qi. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked away again and found that in addition to the illusory black gas, there was also the same illusory green gas, but compared to devil qi, the quantity was much less. In these illusory green gas, he felt the breath of life, as well as a faint pure energy. Spirit qi of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian was no stranger to this. Spirit qi of heaven and earth was also invisible and intangible. Only when it was rich to an extreme level, would it appear in front of people. But now, whether it was the invisible devil qi or the invisible spirit qi of heaven and earth, they were all revealed in his eyes, as if they existed in a tangible form. The sudden change. Qin Shujian instantly understood that this was the change brought about by the so-called spiritual eye. This special ability without any description was more like a passive skill, allowing him to see more things that ordinary people could not see. This feeling. It was more like seeing through the essence. Immediately, Qin Shujian's eyes fell on the stone tablet again. A spiritual eye was hidden in a gate of heaven. Then what was hidden behind the remaining earth gate and human gate? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. However, the moment his finger touched the stone tablet immediately dissipated like powder. In the blink of an eye, a tall stone tablet completely disappeared from his line of sight. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head, feeling a little regretful in his heart. There is a spiritual eye in the gate of heaven, and there must be other precious things behind the other 2 stone doors. Unfortunately, there is only one chance to choose among the 3 stone doors. He didn't know whether he would have the chance to enter the other 2 stone doors in the future. Or say, as the stone tablet dissipated, The entire cave, including the 2 stone doors, were buried together. But after a moment of regret, Qin Shujian's mind returned to normal. It was an accident to be able to enter the Huading cave. Obtaining the spiritual eye was even more of an unexpected gain. I'm lucky to have it. It's my life to lose it. He was able to accept these things. Moreover, a spiritual eye proved that this trip to the immortal planes was not in vain. Subsequently, Qin Shujian did not stay for too long, and directly walked out of the swamp. The cave had already been opened, and the things inside were already in his hands. There was no need to stay in this deathly silent place. Although he was not afraid of the poisonous gas, he still felt uncomfortable staying for too long. From the time he left Yuan sect to the time he returned to Yuan sect, it took less than a day from start to finish. It was much shorter than the 3 to 5 days he originally thought. The main reason was because there were no twists and turns in opening the cave. Originally, according to Qin Shujian's guess, there might be some kind of danger in this cave, or some other trouble that would make him spend some effort. But the reality was, there was nothing in the cave. In a simple and smooth manner, he had obtained the spiritual eye. However, Qin Shujian thought about it, and realized that although the cave seemed ordinary, it was not simple. To open the stone door, he used the true yuan of the real martial realm. If not, with the strength of the basic martial realm, he would not be able to do anything to the stone door. Just this point. If he had been in the ordinary realm, it would have been enough to make everyone despair. Not long after Qin Shujian returned to Yuan sect, another group of players arrived at the foot of Liang Mountain. This is Liang Mountain. Could the Liang Mountain Fort Master be up there? The Liang Mountain Fort Master is a thing of the past. Now that he has established Yuan sect, he should be the sect master. The 4 players, 2 men and 2 women, looked at the majestic Liang Mountain in awe. One of the female players, Miao Yuqing, said, after we activated the sect mode, players from other regions have headed to the True Dominion in an attempt to join a sect. However, until now, I have not heard of anyone who has succeeded. Their failure does not mean that it will be the same for us. After all, we have suddenly advanced to the True Dominion, which has indirectly shaken off the players from other regions. Among the 4, Liu Dazhong chuckled. No players had ever joined a sect, so nobody knew what a sect was like. However, there was one thing that everyone agreed on. That was, players who could join a sect were definitely not comparable to those who were still in the novice village. In fact, after reaching the 10th stage basic martial realm, one might have to rely on a sect to break through to the true martial realm. As the 4 of them chatted, they were about to head up the mountain. All of a sudden, 2 people dressed in green robes blocked their way. This is the territory of the Yuan sect. Who are you people? Liu looked at the 4 people in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. They were mutants. Just like how players could recognize NPCs with a single glance. The people in this world could also recognize players as soon as they saw them. According to what they had done in the past, when they saw mutants, they should immediately start a massacre. However, when he recalled Qin Shujian's previous instructions, Liu did not immediately make a move this time. Instead, he looked at the 4 people with a sharp gaze. It seemed as though he would attack immediately if something went wrong. Chapter 126. The 4 of them looked at each other. Finally, Liu Dazhong took a step forward. After thinking for a while, he said politely, "The Origin sect is famous in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. What do we need to do to join your sect?" Join the Origin sect. Yes. Liu did not speak when he saw the respectful look on Liu Dazhong's and the others' faces. He had thought of a few possibilities. He had not expected that there would be people who wanted to join the Origin sect. Liu did not speak. Liu Dazhong and the others stood there awkwardly. They had not received any system information. Just as Miao Yuqing was about to speak, Liu said in a deep voice, "I have to report this matter to the sect master. You guys wait here for a while." "Thank you." Liu Dazhong was delighted. Liu said to the Origin sect disciples who had followed him, "Watch them. If they do anything untoward, kill them immediately." After saying that, he ignored the embarrassed Liu Dazhong and the others and walked up the mountain. Liang Mountain. It had changed a lot. Houses and palaces had been built and the mountain roads had been reconstructed. However, it would take some time before it was completed. Liu walked to the meeting hall with ease. "Greetings, Sect Master. What's the matter?" Qin Shujian looked up and put down the book in his hand slowly. When he saw Liu, his eyes flashed imperceptibly, and the other party's attributes appeared in his eyes. Name, Liu. Title, None Identity. Origin Sect Disciple Affiliation, Origin Sect Faction Level, Level 2 Realm, Martial Arts Realm Level 10 Cultivation Technique, Body Tempering Scripture Level 7 Martial Arts, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Beginner, 100 Saber Techniques, Beginner, Loyalty, 100. It was not strange that Qin Shujian, as the sect master, could see through the attributes of the people from the Origin Sect. The real change. It was in the increased loyalty at the end. Loyalty, 100. This meant that the other party was already loyal and there was no possibility of betrayal. Even if Liu was originally a bandit of the Liang Mountain stronghold and there was no possibility of betrayal, there was still a big difference compared to the loyalty now. At least. This was a direct reflection. This was another function that Qin Shujian discovered after obtaining the spirit eye. However, it was different from seeing through the heaven and earth spirit chi. If he wanted to see through the attributes of others, he would need to use his true essence to stimulate his spirit eye. It was only for a moment. The light in Qin Shujian's eyes dimmed. Almost at the same time, Liu felt an inexplicable chill in his body, as if someone had seen through him. However, this feeling came and went quickly, making him mistakenly think that it was an illusion. Soon after, he threw this feeling to the back of his mind, cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, there is another person at the foot of the mountain who said that he wants to join our Yuan sect." Join the Yuan sect? Qin Shujian narrowed his eyes. In an instant, he thought of many things. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian had never thought that he would have too much to do with the players. The two sides had always been opposing each other. But now, there were actually players who wanted to join the Yuan sect. He believed that this was definitely not something that an individual player had done on the spur of the moment. Thus, his original guess that there might be other changes in the game could basically be confirmed. Because before the Yuan sect was established, when he was still the master of Mount Liang village, such a thing had never happened. It was definitely not a coincidence. Qin Shujian sank into deep thought, while Liu respectfully stood to the side, remaining silent. After a while, only then did Qin Shujian recover from his thoughts. He muttered, "Let them go back first and come back half a month later." Yes. After Liu left, Qin Shujian stood up from his seat, pacing back and forth in the meeting room. Recruiting players. This was the first time this thought appeared in his mind. As the time that players spent in the game increased, the strength of the group of players would definitely become stronger. How many beginner villages were there? Tens of thousands. How many players were there? Hundreds of millions. Right now, he could fight against hundreds or even thousands of people because of the absolute suppression of his realm. However, if this advantage was discarded, in layman's terms, he could only be considered a slightly stronger boss. Not to mention anything else. Before he broke through to the true martial realm, as long as there were hundreds of players at the 8th stage basic martial realm and above, they would be able to crush him. A beginner village could not produce so many high-level players. However, 10, 100, or even 1,000 beginner villages could always produce enough high-level players. Furthermore, the players improved rapidly. Such changes were happening almost all the time. Qin Shujian was confident that he could destroy a few beginner villages and contend against a player of the true dominion by himself. However, the true dominion of Mount Liang was not the only one in this world. If the players really went crazy and attacked him as a group, even if he dragged the entire Yuan sect with him, they would only be annihilated in the face of such a huge number of people. Of course, this situation was not very likely to happen. After all, not many players would be so free as to cross mountains and rivers to join forces just to deal with the Yuan sect. However, this also showed one thing, that was, there was a limit to one's strength. In the past, Qin Shujian had not thought so much. However, when players came and wanted to join the sect, he suddenly understood. Instead of relying on himself to work himself to death, he might as well use the advantages of the players to decorate himself. This way, with the addition of players, the Yuan sect would not become the target of all the players in the future. At the same time, he could use a large number of players to obtain more life sources. Of course, Qin Shujian wanted to confirm that the players who joined the Yuan sect could also provide him with a corresponding life source. In that case, with the support of a large number of players, he believed that his strength would always be above the players. When he thought of this, Qin Shujian gradually formed a perfect plan in his heart. Subsequently, he returned to the room that had already been built and ordered someone to bring him a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. On the sandalwood table, there was a thick stack of rice paper. Qin Shujian picked up the brush and dipped some black ink into the inkstone. This world was somewhat similar to the one he was familiar with. At the very least, the tools used to write were still the same. Holding the brush, after thinking for a while, Qin Shujian picked up a piece of rice paper and wrote the 3 words body forging scripture on the right side. Following that, he wrote down all 10 levels of the body tempering scripture from memory. 10 levels of body forging scripture, 10 levels of eternal spring art, 10 levels of tiger subduing body forging scripture, 10 levels of rock scripture, 10 levels of flowing water, and the last 7 levels of iron casting scripture. Because the iron casting scripture was a mortal level middle level cultivation scripture, only 7 levels were recorded in it. It could allow one to cultivate to the 7th level of martial arts realm. Further up, there was no more. Because Qin Shujian did not deduce this cultivation scripture, he just wrote it down from memory. The reason why he did this was because he thought that since the sect was established, the cultivation scripture must be indispensable. And also to deal with the players. The body forging scripture and other cultivation scripture had been integrated, but it did not mean that it had completely disappeared. The necessary memories were still retained in Qin Shujian's mind. A lot of words came down. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Looking at the stack of paper on the table, Qin Shujian turned his wrist and picked up a new piece of rice paper. When he was about to write, he suddenly paused. He had finished writing down the cultivation scripture. What was left was the martial arts. Compared to the variety of cultivation scriptures, the number of martial arts he had could only be said to be average. These martial arts. Most of the previous martial arts hall had imparted them. Only the Black Tiger Saber technique was Qin Shujian's unique move. This saber technique was already at the Dao-reaching level. It had already transcended the boundaries of the original martial arts. It was no longer limited to one move and one style, and had reached an unprecedented level. Because there were no changes in the moves, he could not write it down. After a pause, Qin Shujian's brush suddenly gave birth to a sense of sharpness. Then it fell on the white rice paper. The brush landed. The rice paper was broken. Even the writing brush in his hand suddenly broke in the middle. When a martial arts is cultivated to the Dao-reaching level, it has reached an extraordinary level. A piece of ordinary rice paper can't bear this saber intent. Qin Shujian understood in his heart. After looking at the broken rice paper and the destroyed writing brush, he gave up writing down the Black Tiger Saber technique. This martial arts was already at the Dao-reaching level. It seemed that he could only leave a legacy in other ways. After that, Qin Shujian directly called Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu in. Sect Master. Sect Master. The two were now experts at LV1 of the genuine martial realm, but they were still respectful to Qin Shujian as usual. Qin Shujian also looked at the two's attributes. As expected, the two of them were the same as Liu Er. Their loyalty was at 100 points. The two of you are now at LV1 of the genuine martial realm, but your cultivation methods are still at the basic martial realm. Now I'll pass on some cultivation methods of the genuine martial realm to you. Zhong Tianyu was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked. Thank you, Sect Master. No one didn't want to improve their strength. He was no exception. Now the cultivation methods he practiced didn't even correspond to all the 10 levels of the martial realm. He only got the first 9 levels of the body forging scripture. The reason why he could become an expert of the genuine martial realm was that the sect was promoted. If there was no follow-up cultivation method, or continue to wait for the sect to be promoted, or stay at LV1 of the genuine martial realm for the rest of his life. Wang Taizhu was just as excited as he was. Qin Shujian said in a low voice, "Listen carefully." Hearing that, both of them wore solemn expressions. Then, Qin Shujian explained the first 12 levels of the Yuan dictionary to the two one by one. Another few hours passed after this round of explanation. When the two had completely memorized it, the sky was already dark. "Have you memorized it?" "Thank you, Sect Master. We have memorized it." "Good." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. His explanation this time was not as simple as simply imparting cultivation methods. He also imparted his understanding of the Yuan dictionary. In this way, it would be of great help to the two when they changed to cultivate the Yuan dictionary later. Chapter 127. After imparting the origin canon, Qin Shujian's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "The origin canon is the foundation of the origin sect. Impart this cultivation technique to the brothers of the Loyalty Hall and the Intelligence Hall. Without my permission, do not spread this to anyone for the time being." The origin canon had not been officially circulated yet. If other people knew about this, it would inevitably cause unnecessary fluctuations in people's hearts. Seeing how solemn Qin Shujian was, Tianyu and Tianyu both nodded. Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu also said seriously, "Sect Master, don't worry. We know what to do. Go." Qin Shujian gestured for the two of them to leave. The people of the Intelligence Hall and the Loyalty Hall were the original bandits of the Cold Mountain Gang. They were also his true foundation. However, after so many battles and killings, these people had also lost a lot of their strength. They could be revived if they died at the hands of players. However, if they died at the hands of NPCs, they would really die. The original 70-man bandit group. Now, there were only about 50 people left. Now, Qin Shujian planned to nurture the remaining people into the backbone of the origin sect. A hidden force that no one could see through. It was not that he did not trust Zheng Fang and the others. It was because he had to be prepared for everything. Qin Shujian knew very well that all eggs should not be placed in the same basket. While the origin sect was steadily advancing, news about the sect was also fermenting among the players. The cause: a player had spread news on the forum that the origin sect would open its doors in half a month and recruit disciples. This news, it had caused a lot of commotion. Ever since the beginner village of the Cold Mountain True Dominion had activated the sect mode, the players of the other beginner villages of the Ordinary Dominion had followed suit and wanted to leave the Ordinary Dominion and head to the True Dominion sect. Indeed, it was as they had guessed. Every player who had left the Ordinary Dominion had received news about the sect mode. However, the activation of the sect mode was one thing. However, joining a sect was another matter altogether. No one knew how many players had left the Ordinary Dominion. However, given the large number of players, the number of people who had left would definitely not be low. Under this premise, not a single person had successfully joined a sect. The difficulty of joining a sect was far beyond the player's imagination. Either they were too old. Either that or his aptitude was not good enough. Otherwise, they would simply seal their doors and forbid anyone from entering. Therefore, when someone spread the news that Yuan sect was going to open their doors and recruit disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of the other players. Although he didn't know if the news was true or not. However, once the news spread, a few players from the Ordinary Realm near the True Liang Mountain Dominion rushed to the True Liang Mountain Dominion. They started to think of ways to enter the True Liang Mountain Dominion. As for the local players of the Liang Mountain True Dominion, it was needless to say. The Ordinary Realm could only be considered a beginner's village. The True Dominion was the player's true stage. If one wanted to obtain the cultivation technique for the subsequent stages of the basic martial realm and break through to the true martial realm, there was a high chance that one would have to rely on the sect. Half a month. It passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Mount Liang had completely changed. Although it wasn't a bejeweled palace, it was definitely 10 times or even 100 times better than when he was in Liangshan Stockade. The houses and palaces were arranged in an orderly manner. The wide platform on the mountainside had been built into a training ground. In addition, the mountain path from the foot of the mountain was paved with bluestone to form a staircase. In a magnificent palace. The words "inherited martial arts" were written on a horizontal board. When Qin Shujian had written these words personally, he had used the 1000 mountain blood, an inferior grade spirit weapon, and his saber intent. The 2 words had been written. Anyone who dared to look directly at the words "inherited martial arts" would feel the sharp saber intent within them. This was the Yuan sect's main palace. Naturally, they couldn't be careless. In the inherited martial arts hall, Qin Shujian was sitting in the main seat. Zheng Fang and the others were sitting on his left and right. Even Jiyu Feng was among them. "Sect Master Qin, I have not let you down this time. Are you satisfied?" Jiyu Feng smiled faintly as he cupped his hands. "Of course, I am satisfied. However, I have to thank you for troubling you for so long, Brother Jiyu." As he spoke, Qin Shujian's smile became more obvious. The Chengyun Trading Company has helped the Yuan sect a lot. If there are any problems in the future, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely not decline. With Sect Master Qin's words, this trip has not been in vain. Jiyu Feng was overjoyed. He had helped the Yuan sect so much. This was what he had been waiting for. Even though Qin Shujian's words were ambiguous, it was enough. Although Jiyu Feng was the manager of the Chengyun Trading Company, he was only the manager of a branch in a remote place. His position in the company was not considered high. Or else, he would not have been sent to a place like the ordinary realm. If he could be on good terms with a protectorate lord, it would be a great thing for him. He might even be able to do it indirectly. He would have a higher position in the Chengyun Trading Company. This was also why he had spared no effort in helping Qin Shujian. A protectorate lord. Even if he was only a protectorate lord of the true dominion, he was someone who could not be ignored. After expressing his gratitude, Jiyu Feng asked, "Now that the Yuan sect has been built, I wonder when Sect Master Qin plans to invite guests from all over to celebrate the establishment of the Yuan sect." Invite guests from all over? Qin Shujian did not understand. Jiyu Feng said, "Sect Master Qin, you may not know this, but the establishment of any sect is not a small matter. Inviting guests from all over is naturally something we should do. Furthermore, Sect Master Qin is a protectorate lord. I'm afraid that since the establishment of the Yuan sect, many people from all over have been eyeing this place, waiting for the Yuan sect to invite them to the banquet." Upon hearing this, only then did Qin Shujian realize that he seemed to have underestimated the effect of establishing a sect. Inviting guests from all over. If Jiyu Feng had not mentioned it, he would not have thought about it. At this moment, Zheng Fang also said, "Manager Gu's words make sense. The Yuan sect is now the #1 sect in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Naturally, this is what we should do." "That's right." Zheng Hong nodded in agreement. Immediately, Jiyu Feng stood up and said, "I'll take my leave now. If Sect Master Qin needs anything, you can send someone to the Chengyun Trading Company branch in Nine Mountain City to look for me." "All right." Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian did not urge him to stay. After all, Jiyu Feng had stayed here for more than half a month. Now that the matter was settled, it was natural for him to return. Subsequently, Qin Shujian stood up and sent him off. This time, the hundreds of craftsmen that Jiyu Feng had brought with him were also following him. However, the difference was that most of the construction materials they had brought along had been used up. The remaining materials were left in the Yuan sect. When Jiyu Feng and the others went down the mountain, they realized there were many mutants along the way. Some were in groups of 3 to 5. Or perhaps he was alone. These mutants were all stationed around Liang Mountain. This made Jiyu Feng confused. As for the mutants, he was not unfamiliar with them. Now that the mutants had descended from the sky, there were mutants in all the ordinary realms. There were even many in Nine Mountain City where he was. However, the mutants would not rise early if there were no benefits. For them to gather here like this, it was obvious that they were plotting something. Instinctively, Jiyu Feng wanted to turn back and tell the people of the Yuan sect. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he immediately dismissed it. This place was right under the nose of the Yuan sect. It was impossible for the people of the Yuan sect to not discover the existence of these mutants. Since the other party did not care, if he interfered too much, it would annoy them. Thinking of this, Jiyu Feng immediately left with his people. Someone is going down the mountain. Are the people of the Yuan sect preparing to open the mountain gate? Jiyu Feng and the others going down the mountain attracted the attention of the players. Ever since the news of the Yuan sect opening the mountain gate spread, a large number of players had rushed into the Liang Mountain True Dominion. In order to be able to join the Yuan sect as soon as possible, they decided to stay near Liang Mountain. As for being desolate and uninhabited, that was not a problem for the players at all. It was normal for them to be treated like a god. The main thing was, they still had to think of a way to join the sect. If they succeeded, they might be able to be a big step ahead of the other players. In the future, money would naturally come rolling in. As for why the players did not go up the mountain, they only waited in the surroundings. Looking at the few disciples of Yuan's sect who were guarding the mountain gate, it was clear as day. They were all in the 10th stage of the basic realm. They also had refined weapons and precious armors. They were definitely a boss model. Even at this stage, a boss in the 10th stage of the basic realm was still not easy to defeat for the players. Not to mention, the people of the Yuan sect guarding the mountain were obviously just ordinary disciples of the Yuan sect. Even if they could force their way up, if they angered the former Liang Mountain Fort chief, the current sect master of the Yuan sect, they would only end up being wiped out. A player near Nine Mountain City shook his head when he saw the empty carriages of Jiyu Feng's group. The carriages have the logo of the Carrier Trading Company. They should not be from the Yuan sect. I did not expect the Yuan sect to be related to the Carrier Trading Company. Phut. The Yuan sect is now the #1 power in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It is normal for them to be related to the Carrier Trading Company. That is also, the group of players was discussing animatedly. If it was in the past, then, some players who lacked experience might even try to kill them. But now, no one made a move. Since the Carrier Trading Company was related to the Yuan sect, if they attacked the Carrier Trading Company and angered the Yuan sect, their plans to join the Yuan sect would be in vain. Moreover, looking at the empty motorcade, Li Yundong said, obviously, there would not be any good items inside. The main thing was, Jiyu Feng's group had hundreds of people. No one knew if there were any powerful experts inside. It would not be easy to deal with so many NPCs. Seeing the people of the Carrier Trading Company leave, these players gradually retracted their gazes and continued to focus on joining the Yuan sect. On the other side, Qin Shujian and the others were also concerned about Jiyu Feng's suggestion. Inviting everyone to participate in the celebration was not a simple matter. Moreover, it also concerned the reputation of the Yuan sect. In the Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian looked at the few people present and asked in a deep voice, if we want to do this, when do you think is the best time? Chapter 128. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, their gazes landed on Zhang Fang. This old man, he was the second in command of the Origin sect. Not only did Qin Shujian think highly of him, but everyone else also approved of Zhang Fang. Zhang Fang stroked his short beard and pondered for a while before saying slowly, in my opinion, 5 days from now is an auspicious day. We can hold a banquet on that day. 5 days. It was neither long nor short. Qin Shujian nodded silently before saying, there are 4 true provinces adjacent to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. They are the Blue Stream True Dominion, the Spirit Consonance True Dominion, the Zunhua True Dominion, and the Mystic Void True Dominion. Since the Origin sect wants to hold a banquet, It will definitely be held by the sects of these 4 true dominion. Given the speed of a true martial realm cultivator, it would take about 2 to 4 days to travel to and from a true dominion. 5 days is just right. He had a map. He also had some understanding of the boundaries of the Great Zhao Nation. The boundaries of the Liang Mountain True Dominion, which used to be the Star Brilliance Ordinary Dominion, had attracted a lot of attention. The Liang Mountain True Dominion was considered to be at the edge of the Great Zhao Nation. There were many Ordinary Dominion and True Dominion around it. The Blue Stream True Dominion, the Spirit Consonance True Dominion, the Zunhua True Dominion, and the Mystic Void True Dominion. They were the 4 True Dominion near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. They occupied a vast territory that the current Liang Mountain True Dominion couldn't compare to. Also, Qin Shujian's tone suddenly became more serious. Now that the origin sect has been established, there should be some changes to the structure of the Liang Mountain stronghold. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present, including Zheng Fang, looked solemn. Everyone's expression was calm, but no one knew what they were thinking. Zheng Fang, I'm here. Zheng Fang stood up solemnly and cupped his fists. You are the martial arts hall master of the Liang Mountain stronghold. You have contributed greatly to the Liang Mountain stronghold and the origin sect. Now, you will be the origin sect's cultivation imparting Grand Elder. Qin Shujian said. As soon as he said this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even if he had already expected it. However, when Qin Shujian really gave such an important position to Zheng Fang, some people still had mixed feelings. Zheng Fang was also agitated. He cupped his hands and said, "This old man will not disappoint sect master's great expectations." After that, the aura on his body suddenly rose by a notch. In a short period of time, his aura skyrocketed and filled the entire martial inheritance hall. It was a sudden change. This caused the others to be even more shocked and puzzled. Even Qin Shujian couldn't help but glance at him with his spirit eye. Name, Zheng Fang. Title, Nun status, Great Elder of Technique Imparting Affiliation, Yuan Sect Faction Level, Level 2 Realm, Level 4 of the True Martial Realm, within the range of Yuan Zone, Realm +2, Cultivation Method, 8th Layer of Body Forging Scripture, Perfection of Eternal Spring Gong Martial Arts, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Perfection, 100 Saber Technique, Perfection, Loyalty, 98. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. When he was in Liangshan village, as the hall master of the martial arts practice hall, he didn't get the power bonus of Liangshan village. Now that he had become the great elder of techniques imparting in Yuan sect, it was different. Realm +2. This also showed that Zheng Fang was a proper expert of level 4 of the true martial realm in Yuan sect. As for his loyalty, when he got the spirit eye, Qin Shujian also looked at him once. At that time, his loyalty was only 90, but now it had reached 98, which was close to the maximum. Obviously, because of this decision, he was even more determined. Zheng Fang himself didn't expect this to happen. Soon, the overflowing aura on his body gradually converged. He also sat back in his original position. At this time, the rest of the people all looked at Qin Shujian. Zheng Fang's change obviously came from the position of the great elder of techniques imparting. Especially Xu Yuanming, Niu Feng, and the others. They used to be the masters of a faction, so they were very clear about the power bonus. But they didn't expect this. Other than being the master of a faction, other people could also receive power bonus from other positions in the sect. Zhong Tianyu, yes. You are the law-enforcing elder of Yuan sect. You have the same status as the great elder of techniques imparting. Thank you, sect master. Zhong Tianyu responded respectfully. His aura also surged. Qin Shujian glanced at him. Just like Zheng Fang. His realm +2 made him an expert of level 3 of the true martial realm. Immediately, Qin Shujian looked to the other side and said in a deep voice, Niu Feng, yes. Niu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and stood up from his seat. Qin Shujian said, You are the guarding elder. You have the same status as the great elder of techniques imparting and the law-enforcing elders. Thank you, sect master. Niu Feng's face lit up with joy. After he agreed, His realm rose to level 3 of the true martial realm like the other two. Zheng Hong, Xu Yuanming, Wang Taizhu, Fu Gang, Cao Sheng, Li Zhongyi, Qiu Ping. Yes. Hearing this, the 7 of them stood up. Qin Shujian said, "The 7 of you are the elders of Yuan Zong. You are only below the sect master and the great elder of techniques imparting, law enforcing, and guarding elders." "Thank you, sect master." As the 7 of them responded in unison, their auras fluctuated. Qin Shujian glanced at them. Unlike Niu Feng and the other two, although these people also received a bonus, it was only the cultivation level +1, so they only rose to pseudo-true martial stage 2. Those who could sit in Chengwu Hall. They were all experts of the true martial realm. Apart from Zheng Fang and the others who were already in the upper echelons, Fu Gang, Cao Sheng, Li Zhongyi, and Qiu Ping were all rising stars. They were all experts of level 8 of the martial realm. After Yuan Zong's promotion, these people also broke through to the true martial realm. True martial realm. To the current Yuan Zong, this was not a small matter at all. After conferring titles to all the true martial realm experts, Qin Shujian looked at the attributes of everyone present and had a plan in mind. There were more than 10 people in the hall. Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu had the highest loyalty, at 100 points. Next was Zheng Fang. Niu Feng was right behind him. The few people after him had similar loyalty, but without exception, they were all above 85 points, almost to the point of absolute loyalty. Because of this, Qin Shujian conferred the title of elder to them. Or else, if their loyalty was too low, not to mention giving them the position of elder, he would have already given them face by not killing them immediately. After everyone had calmed down, Yi Zichen calmed down. Qin Shujian looked around and continued, "Yuan Zong will set up the book collection pavilion. I will store everyone's cultivation methods and martial arts inside. The book collection pavilion has 5 floors, and the elder can enter the top 4. Wang Taizhu will be in charge of the book collection pavilion to guard against thieves." The book collection pavilion. Many people's expressions changed slightly. They weren't stupid and knew what this place meant. This was where Yuan Zong's lifeline was. After all, it was the inheritance of a sect. Cultivation methods and martial arts were the most important things. Although Wang Taizhu was only an ordinary elder, if he was in charge of the book collection pavilion, his position wouldn't be worse than the 3 elders. Inside the hall, only Zheng Fang, Zhong Tianyu, Fu Gang, and Li Zhongyi's expressions didn't change. Wang Taizhu got up and sat down again after receiving the order. Qin Shujian continued, "With Liang Mountain as the center, the area around Liang Mountain and the Stone Forest will belong to Yuan Zong. Any elder can go to any mountain as their residence. However, no more than 2 elders can go to any mountain. If any elders want to stay in Liang Mountain, that's not a problem." While speaking, he paused for a moment. Then he continued, "After the mountain gate opens, each elder can take in 3 true disciples, 20 personal disciples, and 100 registered disciples. Under the elders, there will be internal and external deacons. Internal deacons will be conferred by the 3 elders. External deacons will be conferred by the other elders. Internal deacons can enter the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion. External deacons can enter the 2nd floor of the book collection pavilion. After the mountain gate opens, disciples will be recruited. Those who enter will be outer disciples. Those who have excellent qualifications and support the sect will be inner disciples. Above them will be the elite, personal disciples, and true disciples. Outer disciples need to provide the sect at a fixed time every month. Inner disciples don't need to provide, but they need to complete the sect's tasks at a fixed time. Elite and personal disciples are the same. True disciples are mainly nurtured and are free from worldly affairs. Personal disciples are the same as external deacons. True disciples are the same as internal deacons. They are qualified to enter the 2nd and 3rd floors of the book collection pavilion. Elders can enter the book collection pavilion 3 times a month. The rest can enter once a month. The time limit is 4 hours. Qin Shujian's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the martial arts hall. It even echoed in Yuan Zhong through the martial arts hall. At this moment, all the disciples of Yuan Zhong stopped what they were doing and thought carefully about the words that floated in. In the martial arts hall. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, he looked at the rest of the people present. Elders, do you have any objections? We have no objections. That's good. Qin Shujian's solemn face had a gentle smile on it. As for this, he had already planned it out in his heart. He just wanted to take advantage of the current situation to pass it down and set a framework first. When there were problems in the future, he would improve it step by step. Currently, Yuan Zhong's third-stage basic martial arts and above are inner sect disciples. Those who are sixth-stage basic martial arts and above are elite disciples. Those who are 10th-stage basic martial arts and above are inner sect deacons. Qin Shujian looked at everyone deeply when he mentioned inner sect deacons. We understand. Good. Qin Shujian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he said, there should be many sects in the Square True Dominion. I'll have to trouble all the elders to make a trip down this time. Also, elder imparting technique, please handle the matters of the celebration in 5 days. The map only marked the True Dominion and didn't specify which sect it was. He had also forgotten to ask Jiyu Feng. Now that the other party had left, it wasn't realistic to find them again. After all, it was impossible for a sect to not have any reputation. As long as he casually inquired, it would be easy to find out. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fang and the other elders didn't refuse. 5 days wasn't a long time. These true martial realm elders didn't waste too much time. They simply divided the matters of the 4 True Dominion and set off from Mount Liang. Zheng Fang stayed behind and Wang Taizhu stayed behind to oversee the martial arts hall. The other 8 elders all left the mountain. On the other side, Qin Shujian also left the martial arts hall. He looked at this building that looked like a tall tower. The words Martial Arts Hall were written on a horizontal board. He walked straight in. Chapter 129. There were 5 floors in the library. Qin Shujian was the first to arrive at the first floor. It could accommodate 100 people without feeling crowded. The only regret was, the bookshelves on the first floor were all empty. There were no cultivation techniques or martial arts manuals on them. It looked a little desolate. Qin Shujian took out a few cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals that he had personally written and placed them on the bookshelves one by one. However, the difference was, this time, the body tempering technique and other cultivation techniques only had the first 7 levels. Looking at the empty bookshelves, Qin Shujian shook his head and muttered to himself, sooner or later, I will fill this place up and make it the sacred ground of the entire Sky Origin sect. After inexplicably setting up a flag, Zhongxian suddenly said, he continued to walk to the second floor. The sound of the wooden staircase echoed in the empty library. The second floor was similar to the first floor. The same bookshelves. The same emptiness. There was no difference, except that the area was slightly smaller than the first floor. This time, Qin Shujian took out a cultivation technique and placed it on one of the bookshelves. It was the same cultivation technique. The difference was that these cultivation techniques were all complete and could be cultivated directly to the 10th stage of the basic martial arts realm. On the 3rd floor, Qin Shujian left the origin code, which had been deduced to the 3rd level of the true martial section. As for the 4th and 5th floors, however, it was completely empty. There was nothing placed there at all. After walking through the library once, Qin Shujian left immediately. He had come here this time to add some cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals to this spotless library so that it would not be too awkward. However, after leaving the library, Qin Shujian had already made a decision. It seems that the cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals in the library can only be cultivated by oneself in the future. Anyone who spreads them privately will be crippled of their cultivation level and expelled from the sect. In the worst case, they will be killed. In the 3,600 cities of the Baiyun Prefecture, apart from the vast territory, it was also divided into the True Dominion and Ordinary Dominion. The old True Dominion had assimilated countless Ordinary Dominion. Fu Gang walked on the ancient path. The strength of the true martial realm allowed him to cover a distance of several feet with each step. His speed was far faster than an ordinary horse. So this is the region outside the true dominion of Mount Liang. It is indeed different. More than half a day had passed since they left the true dominion of Mount Liang. As a bandit who had always stayed in Mount Liang and was now an elder of the Origin sect, he had not even been to the true dominion of Mount Liang much, let alone the outer regions. Therefore, this time, Fu Gang was rather excited about being ordered to head to the Blue River True Dominion. Another 2 hours passed. A city could be seen in the distance. The city wall was no more than 10 meters high and was made of green bricks. There were pedestrians going in and out of the city gate, and there were also guards standing guard. "Sir, do you have a guide?" When Fu Gang reached the city gate, an armored soldier blocked his path. A warrior of the true martial realm. Even if one's clothes were ordinary, it would still be difficult to display one's temperament, not to mention that Fu Gang was wearing a 9th grade green armor and a white-bladed saber at his waist. With the eyesight of the soldiers, they could tell at a glance that he was not a simple person, so they were quite polite when they stopped him. Fu Gang paused. "I don't have a guide. According to the rules, if you don't have a pass, you'll have to pay 3 copper coins to enter the city. Take it." Fu Gang did not mind. He took out 3 copper coins and handed them to the soldier. After receiving the money, the soldier immediately stepped aside. "Wait." Fu Gang suddenly stopped him. The soldier was startled and immediately smiled. "Sir, what's the matter?" Could it be that he was unhappy about taking 3 copper coins to enter the city? He could tell at a glance that the other party had a cultivation level. What if he was unhappy and wanted to cause trouble? The unlucky one would be the soldier. Just as the soldier was considering whether to return the 3 copper coins, Fu Gang, who did not know that the soldier had been thinking for so long, immediately asked, "Do you know how many sects are there in the Blue River True Dominion?" Sects. The soldier was stunned and could not react in time. When he saw that Fu Gang was a little unhappy, he immediately came back to his senses and hesitated before saying, "There are 3 sects in the Blue River True Dominion." "Which 3? The Blue Cloud sect, the Gold Sun sect, and the Water Moon sect. Which of the 3 sects is more powerful?" This. The soldier was in a difficult position and did not know how to answer. No matter which sect it was, a small soldier like him could not afford to offend them. If he casually commented, once it reached the ears of the other sects, he would definitely be finished. However, if he did not say, the person in front of him was just standing there and gave him a lot of pressure. Obviously, he was not an easy person to deal with. Seeing that the soldier was in a difficult position, Fu Gang did not bother to ask and changed the topic. "Which of the 3 sects is closer to here?" "The Blue Cloud sect." "How do I get to the Blue Cloud sect?" "Go east," the soldier explained in detail while Fu Gang stood at the side and silently noted it down. After the soldier finished speaking, he took out a string of copper coins from his arms and threw it over. "This is your reward." Thank you. The soldier hurriedly received it with a smile on his face. There were dozens of copper coins in this string, which was equivalent to his reward for 10 days of hard work. After he put away the copper coins, he looked at Fu Gang again and found that he had already disappeared. On the other side, after finding out the direction of the Blue Cloud sect, Fu Gang did not head there immediately. Instead, he entered the city, found a restaurant, sat down, and ordered a table full of dishes. It was not easy for him to come out. It would be too boring if he only went back and forth to pass messages. He listened to the conversations of others and occasionally heard some stories and rumors while he tasted the food and wine in his mouth. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Fu Gang stood up and walked 1 round in the city. When he took another look, it was already evening. He calculated the time and found an inn to stay in. At dawn the next day, he headed straight to the Blue Cloud sect. This time, he had come to the Blue River True Dominion. Besides Fu Gang, there was also Xu Yuanming. However, after the 2 of them entered the Blue River True Dominion, they went their separate ways to find out where the sects in the True Dominion were and invite them. How was Xu Yuanming doing? Fu Gang was not sure. However, As he looked at the mountain peak not far away, which was already towering into the clouds, a smile appeared on his face. According to the soldier's words, this should be where the Blue Cloud sect was. As he walked into the mountain peak, Fu Gang could feel the majesty within. There was no reason for it. He compared it to Liang Mountain. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was not much difference. When he reached the foot of the mountain peak, Fu Gang did not immediately go up the mountain. Instead, he raised the quintessential essence in his dantian and shouted, "Sky Origin Sect, Fu Gang, has been ordered to come here and invite everyone from the Blue Cloud sect to come out and meet me." His voice was under the effect of the quintessential essence. Instantly, it spread like a wave. In an instant, it startled the birds and seemed to be able to disperse the clouds above. In the Blue Cloud sect, immediately, it caused a big commotion. Who is it? Sky Origin Sect. Which Sky Origin Sect? The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect all looked at each other. This voice spread across the entire mountain peak. Not to mention anything else, just the strength of the person who shouted was enough to make people treat him with caution. True martial realm. Only a warrior of the true martial realm could exert such power. Boom. Boom. Two powerful forces exploded in the Blue Cloud sect. Then, two old Taoists who were more than 50 years old stepped out of the air and headed straight down the mountain. It's the elders. Below the Blue Cloud sect, after Fu Gang finished shouting, he stood there motionless. In his perception, two powerful auras were approaching at a fast speed. These two auras, in the Sky Origin sect, except for Qin Shujian, there was almost no one who could compare with them. Gradually, Fu Gang's expression became solemn. Soon, the two old Taoists appeared in front of Fu Gang. Who are you? Why have you come to the Blue Cloud sect? Fu Gang cupped his hands and said, I'm Fu Gang from the Sky Origin sect. How should I address you? I'm Qing Shuai, elder of the Blue Cloud sect. I'm Qing Miao, elder of the Blue Cloud sect. I'm Fu Gang, elder of the Sky Origin sect. Nice to meet you. Fu Gang introduced seriously. The two old Taoists in front of him were a great threat to him. Originally, he had broken through to the true martial realm, but now, he had restrained a lot. The situation was stronger than him. Fu Gang did not intend to be enemies with the Blue Cloud sect. It was better to talk nicely. If they wanted to hit him, he might not be able to escape. Qing Miao remained calm and said while stroking his beard, I haven't asked where your sect is located. Liang Mountain True Dominion. Liang Mountain True Dominion. Qing Miao and Qing Shuai's pupils shrank. Their hands that were stroking their beards suddenly stopped, as if they had heard some shocking news. In an instant, the two men's expressions instantly became even more amiable. Qing Miao cupped his hands and said with a smile, so your sect is from the Liang Mountain True Dominion. I wonder what's the relationship between the new dominion and your sect. This is the sect master of the Sky Origin sect. Haha, so it's the sect master of the Sky Origin sect. I've been rude. Qing Miao's smile widened. Qing Shuai asked at the right time, Elder Fu, may I know why you're here today? The Sky Origin sect will hold a grand ceremony 4 days later at noon. I hope everyone from the Blue Cloud sect will be able to attend. Sure. The Blue Cloud sect will definitely be there on time. We await your arrival. Elder Fu, why don't you follow us up? The Blue Cloud sect has already prepared tea, Qing Miao said warmly. Fu Gang waved his hand and said, I have to rush to the next place. I won't disturb you. In that case, see you in the Sky Origin sect. Qing Miao was not discouraged. The faint smile on his old face. Subsequently, Fu Gang asked about the whereabouts of the Water Moon sect and the Golden Sun sect before he bade them farewell. On the spot, Qing Shuai's and Qing Miao's smiles gradually faded. They looked at Fu Gang's back as he left, thinking about something. Senior brother, what do you think? The Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord has established the Sky Origin sect. This will definitely have a huge impact on the other True Dominion. We'll decide what to do after we return and report this to the sect master. All right. Chapter 130. In the Blue Cloud Sect. Sect Master Qing Shu listened to their report and a faint smile appeared on his youthful face. I knew that things would not be simple when the Territorial Lord was born. A Territorial Lord, even a newly promoted one, is enough to intimidate everyone. Regarding the strength of a Territorial Lord, Qing Shu was confident that no one in the Blue River True Dominion understood it better than him. Because the Blue Cloud Sect. It was originally founded by the Territorial Lord of the Blue River True Dominion. It could be said that the Blue Cloud Sect was the orthodox sect of the Blue River True Dominion. It's a pity that since the Territorial Lord passed away, the Blue Cloud Sect has been declining generation after generation. Until now, the Blue River True Dominion has actually become a tripartite balance of power. We have really let down the ancestral master's expectations. Qing Shu shook his head and sighed. On the other hand, Qing Miao and Qing Shui looked down and listened attentively. Obviously, they were already used to Qing Shu's behavior. If not for the fact that he was the sect master and had the biggest fist, they would have turned around and left long ago. How could he be like now, listening to these complaints that could already give birth to calluses? On the other side, Fu Gang had already gone to the next sect. The matter of the Blue Cloud Sect went so smoothly that it was hard for him to imagine. It was not that he could not read people's expressions. When Qing Miao and Qing Shui heard that the Liang Mountain Territorial Lord was the sect master of the Yuan sect, the change in their expressions did not escape his eyes. Fu Gang already had some ideas in his mind. Probably, he understood what kind of position his sect master had in the hearts of these sects. Next, Fu Gang went to the Gold Sun sect. The attitude of this sect was similar to that of the Blue Cloud sect at first. Although they were not rude to him because he was a real martial realm expert, they were not overly enthusiastic. However, after knowing about the existence of Qin Shujian, their attitude changed immediately. They did not reject the invitation to the banquet. However, when he went to the Water Moon sect, he found that Shu Yuanming had already invited him, so he could only give up. Therefore, it only took Fu Gang 3 days to return to Liang Mountain. When he returned, he found that a few elders had already returned before him. Sect Master, the 3 sects of the Blue River True Dominion have already agreed to attend the banquet. Fu Gang and Shu Yuanming exchanged a glance before Shu Yuanming reported. Zheng Hong added, the 2 sects of the Lingxi True Domain have also been notified. The 3 sects of the Zunhua True Dominion have already accepted the invitation. Zhong Tianyu replied. Very good. Qin Shujian nodded and said with a faint smile, thank you for your hard work, elders. Go and rest for a while. We'll take our leave. Yes. Qin Shujian also stood up and walked out of the inherited martial hall. Out of the 4 true provinces, 3 of them had already given an accurate answer. Only the Mystic Void True Province had yet to reply. However, he wasn't in a hurry. The Mystic Void True Dominion was the furthest away from the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It would take a certain amount of time to go back and forth, which was understandable. After walking out of the Chengwu Hall, at this moment, the entire Yuan sect was decorated with lanterns and streamers. All the inner disciples and newly promoted deacons were busy preparing for the celebration banquet. Almost everyone knew. The people who had been invited this time were all top figures of the sects. If one were to talk about sects, perhaps not everyone could understand the concept of a sect. After all, although the Yuan sect was also a sect, in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, their power was the same as whether they had established a sect or not. However, those who had spoken were all experts of the true martial realm. That was completely different. What was the true martial realm? In the Yuan sect, they were all elders and were considered the top experts of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, some people were happy, while others were sad. The Yuan sect was preparing for the celebration banquet. In the end, the players who were waiting around Liang Mountain had to suffer. F***CK. Which bastard said that the Yuan sect would recruit disciples in half a month? Half a month has passed. Why hasn't there been any news at all? Wang Ju's face had turned green. Ever since he had seen the news on the forum, he immediately left the novice village, crossed 2 ordinary realms, and finally arrived at Mount Liang after going through untold hardships. After that, he had been waiting here for the day when the Yuan sect would recruit disciples. However, those who had never survived in the wild would never know what kind of pain it was. Originally, Wang Ju had been clenching his teeth and enduring. However, as time passed, the Yuan sect had not opened their doors yet and his mentality had gradually exploded. Until now, Wang Ju felt that he was no longer human. The matter of joining the Yuan sect had become an obsession. Apart from that, what he wanted to do the most now, he wanted to take out the person who had spread the news and have a good chat with him about life and dreams. He had such thoughts. Wang Ju was not the only one. If it wasn't for the Martial Realm 10th stage boss patrolling the mountain pass, they would have rushed up the mountain long ago. In another place, Liu Dazhong and the other 3 were also waiting there. However, compared to before, they looked a little miserable now. That NPC couldn't have tricked me, right? Liu Dazhong plucked the leaves from his hair and said speechlessly, "How long has it been? Why haven't we seen the Yuan sect open their doors yet?" Miao Yuqing's expression was also ugly. Her usually delicate face was now a little dim. Hearing this, she said in annoyance, "Why don't you go ask and see if that NPC tricked you?" "Don't. A few days ago, there were players who couldn't take it and wanted to go up. In the end, you saw it. Before they could even say anything, they were sent back." Liu Dazhong shook his head. A 10th stage martial realm boss. He couldn't afford to offend it. Subsequently, he thought about it and said, logically speaking, it shouldn't be fake. "Do you think this is a test to join the sect?" "What do you think?" one of the 4 asked back. Liu Dazhong's expression was a little awkward. He scratched his head and said, "It should be." It didn't matter if it was or not. They couldn't give up halfway now. After spending so much time here, there were already 9th stage martial realm players. It probably wouldn't be long before someone reached 10th stage martial realm. However, they had wasted their time here and were still at 6th stage martial realm. The gap between the 2 sides had quietly opened up. If they couldn't join the sect this time, this loss would be irreparable. Therefore, Liu Dazhong could only hope that he could smoothly join the Yuan sect. At that time, he might be able to rely on the advantage of the sect to close the gap. This might be the mentality of a gambler. However, there was no other way now. Otherwise, no one would be willing to turn around and leave after wasting so much time. The players who were still here, most of them, they all had this mentality. On the other side, Liu held his blade and led a few inner court disciples to the entrance of Liang Mountain. The number of players was increasing day by day. Because he had considered what Qin Shujian had said before, he didn't make a move to chase these people away before they acted rashly. However, when there were thousands of players, then he wouldn't be polite. There were so many people gathered. Who knew what these players wanted to do? Liu thought that as the Yuan sect's external deacon, he should consider the entire Yuan sect and not let go of any potential danger. Watch carefully. The sect's celebration is about to begin. If something happens now, even I will be skinned alive. Do you understand? Don't worry, Deacon Liu. We will be careful. A few inner court disciples behind him echoed in unison. Now that the Yuan sect had set the rules, Liu was an expert of the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. Naturally, his status rose sharply. The strongest inner court disciple wouldn't exceed the 6th stage of the basic martial realm. In front of a deacon, their status and strength were far inferior. Therefore, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of disobeying. Good. Liu nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to patrol the mountain. Actually, he was just patrolling the mountain. He only went back and forth to the entrance of the mountain. Apart from that, there were no other paths leading up Liang Mountain. Even if there were, there would still be people patrolling the mountain to prevent any problems. On the 4th day, Niu Feng and Cao Sheng rushed back from the Mystic Void True Dominion. The result was no surprise. Like the other 3 True Dominion, the sects of the Mystic Void True Dominion all agreed to the Yuan sect's invitation after hearing the name of the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. After all, when the Liang Mountain True Dominion was promoted, The Protectorate Lord was like a giant beast swallowing the spirit energy of heaven and earth like a whale. The more powerful a sect was, the more they understood the significance of a Protectorate Lord. Furthermore, it was just an invitation. There was no need to reject a Protectorate Lord. Therefore, as long as it wasn't an iron-headed sect, no one would reject such an invitation. How are the preparations going? Qin Shujian looked at the spacious platform, which was supposed to be the martial arts practice field. It had been decorated magnificently and disciples of the Yuan sect could be seen walking back and forth. Beside him stood the current cultivation imparting Grand Elder, Zheng Fang. Basically, everything is ready. Tomorrow, we just have to wait for the guests to arrive. Then, we can proceed as promised. After this, I believe that the Yuan sect will be famous throughout the True Dominion. That's for sure. Sect Master, you are now the Protectorate Lord. With you leading the Yuan sect, your name will definitely spread far and wide. Zheng Fang said a few pleasing words without leaving any trace. Qin Shujian tilted his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Your words are becoming more and more pleasing to the ear. I'm just stating a fact. There's nothing pleasing to the ear." Zheng Fang smiled faintly and said, "Sect Master, you may not know this, but the elders are heading to the other True Dominion this time. All the sects that have heard of the Sect Master's name will give you some face. The status of a Protectorate Lord is much more important than you and I think." As they spoke, he changed the topic and asked, "How do you plan to deal with the gathering of mutants at the foot of the mountain? Let's leave them hanging first. After this matter is over, we'll see how many people are left. Then, we'll select some of them and bring them into the sect. This will be considered as adding some new blood. Mutants are rebellious. Sect Master, if you want to use them, I'm afraid you have to be more careful. Rest assured, cultivation imparting elder. I'm naturally confident in doing so." Qin Shujian's smile was still on his face, but his eyes had turned cold. In his eyes, players were like hunting dogs. If you gave them more meat to eat, they would naturally be obedient. If they didn't mature, then, they would be killed and eaten. Chapter 131. On Liang Mountain, it was a joyous occasion. The newly appointed deacons were already waiting at the foot of the mountain. In fact, there were also 2 true martial realm elders. Everyone knew that today was Yuan Zhong's big day. The people who came, they were all famous people in the True Dominion. Regardless of Yuan Zhong's strength, at the very least, they couldn't embarrass themselves on the surface. As for the players who had been waiting outside, they couldn't decide what to do when they saw Yuan Zhong's current situation. Were they going to open the mountain gate? Or were they going to do something else? No player dared to act rashly before they were sure of the situation. Because they would be rash. They had already been killed once. They had died once. They had dropped by 1 cultivation level. The later it was, the more painful it would be. In particular, there had only been a 10th stage martial realm boss guarding the mountain. Now, there were 6 or 7 of them. Just by standing there, they gave off a lot of pressure. "Should we go up?" asked one of the players in the team. Liu Dazhong shook his head cautiously and said, "No hurry. Let's wait for the others to go up first. The bird that pokes its head out gets shot." This was a painful lesson. Just as the players were hesitating, a voice rang out. The sound of galloping horses could be heard. They couldn't help but turn their heads and see a group of over 10 people on horseback. Who are they? They seemed to have a strong background. The group of people on horseback seemed to have the momentum of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. Many people were in awe. Under the gazes of the players, the group of people stopped at the foot of Liang Mountain. "I am Jiyu Feng of the Carrier Fortune Trading Company. I have accompanied Chief Manager Lin Wanyo here." Jiyu Feng stood beside a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes and cupped his hands toward Yuan Zhong and the others. When he said Lin Wanyo's name, he purposely emphasized his tone. Liu glanced at Lin Wanyo and was slightly shocked. However, he smiled politely and said, "Chief Manager Lin, Manager Jiyu, please come up the mountain." Meanwhile, Fu Gang and Qiu Ping, who were in charge, arrived together. "Chief Manager Lin, Manager Jiyu." Chiu Ping cupped his hands and greeted them. He was one of the people who had gone to the Chengyun Trading Company for the banquet, so he was no stranger to Lin Wanyo. Lin Wanyo, who had been standing there motionlessly, his right hand gently turning the jade ring on his left pinky finger. When he saw Chiu Ping appear, a faint smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Chiu, it's been a few days since we last met. How are you?" When Lin Wanyo started, Ji Feng tactfully retreated to the side. It was true that he was a branch manager, but he was only a branch manager in the mortal realm. Lin Wanyo was standing in front of him. He was the general manager of the many branches in the True Dominion's 12 ordinary provinces. He was also a true martial realm expert. If it was any other time, Ancient Wind did not even have the chance to travel with him. It was now. The True Dominion of the Liang Mountain had suddenly been promoted. As the steward of this branch, Ji Feng had leaped from the mortal realm to the True Dominion's steward. Coincidentally, he was also on good terms with the Origin sect, so Lin Wanyo saw him in a different light. Chiu Ping also said enthusiastically, "I've been eagerly waiting for Chief Manager Lin. You're finally here today. How should I address you?" Lin Wanyo still had a smile on his face as he looked at Fu Gang and asked curiously. True yuan surged within his opponent's body. Unsurprisingly, he had to be a true martial realm expert. Chiu Ping said, "This is our sect's elder Fu Gang. Excuse me. Chief Manager Lin, Steward Ji, please." Fu Gang gestured with his hand. Lin Wanyo and Ji Feng cupped their fists in return. Then, Chiu Ping walked in front of Lin Wanyo and brought the people of the Carrier Trading Company up the mountain. As for the horses, the Origin sect disciples would take care of them. Chief Manager Lin Wanyo and Steward Ji of the Carrier Trading Company have arrived. A loud shout echoed throughout the Origin sect. Soon, the arrival of Lin Wanyo and company was known by the people of the Origin sect. When Chiu Ping brought them into the banquet hall, Zheng Fang had already appeared. "This is our sect's skill-imparting elder." Chiu Ping introduced him at the right time. "I am Zheng Fang. Greetings, Chief Manager Lin. Elder Zheng, you're too polite." Lin Wanyo's smiling face finally turned solemn as he cupped his hands and bowed in return. The two of them had only met once. A feeling arose in their hearts. This was an expert. And not as simple as a true martial realm expert. Although Zheng Fang's heart was heavy, he did not show it on his face. He said, "Everyone, please take your seats. The banquet will begin soon. Elders, please go ahead. I can take care of myself. Excuse me." Seeing this, Zheng Fang and Chiu Ping ordered their disciples to serve some tea before they went to take care of other matters. There was no other way. The Origin sect was short on manpower. There were only so many true martial realm elders. There was a shortage of them everywhere. Elder Qing Miao and Elder Qing Shui of the Emerald Cloud sect have arrived. Not long after the people of the Carrier Trading Company sat down, they heard the voices from the foot of the mountain. Lin Wanyo raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect Qing Shu to send 2 elders over instead of Elder Qing Shu. They are giving the Origin sect enough face." Ji Feng, who was sitting at the side, heard this and replied cautiously, "The Origin sect is a force with a territorial lord. The Emerald Cloud sect's territorial lord has died and is now just an ordinary sect. Why would they give the Origin sect any face? You have done well in this matter." Lin Wanyo suddenly smiled again as he looked at Ji Feng. To be able to establish a connection with a territorial lord. Not to mention the entire Carrier Trading Company, but to the branch, the benefits were indeed great. Ji Feng was overjoyed when he heard this, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled faintly and said, "Everything is for the trading company, a third-class force with a territorial lord. From the moment I came here, I sensed no less than 10 true martial realm cultivators. In terms of strength, it is comparable to some of the older sects." Lin Wanyo picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip before putting it back in its original position. "In time, it may become a great sect. Chief Steward, you are right." As for the other people who came along, their status was not as high as Lin Wanyo and Ji Feng. They stood aside with their heads down. At the foot of the mountain, Qing Miao and Qing Shui had arrived. In addition to the two elders, there were a few Emerald Cloud Sect disciples following them. This time, it was Fu Gang's turn to lead the Emerald Cloud Sect disciples up. Along the way, the Emerald Cloud Sect disciples looked left and right, carefully sizing up the scene in the Yuan sect. Qing Miao walked in the Yuan sect and said with emotion, "The Yuan sect's heaven and earth spirit qi is really abundant. No wonder it has a territorial lord. This alone is not comparable to other sects." Hearing this, Qing Shui felt the same way. When the Emerald Cloud sect had a territorial lord, it was more or less like this. Unfortunately, the territorial lord had passed away. The Emerald Cloud sect had also lost its advantage. The heaven and earth spirit qi was lost bit by bit, causing it to be not much different from other sects. As for the Emerald Cloud sect disciples, they listened to the two elders' words and looked at the Yuan sect disciples with some shock in their eyes. From the moment they entered, among the Yuan sect disciples they met, there were many who made them feel strong qi and blood. There was a faint feeling of oppression. To be able to follow Qing Miao and Qing Shui here, these disciples were considered outstanding in the Emerald Cloud sect. Their strength was at least in the 8th or 9th level of the basic realm. In this case, they could still feel the pressure. That was probably only in the 10th level of the basic realm. As for the true martial realm, however, no one had such thoughts. Not to mention the Emerald Cloud sect disciples, even Qing Miao and Qing Shui were quite shocked. They did not know that the Yuan sect was a 3rd-level force. So, when they saw so many disciples in the 9th or 10th level of the basic realm, they could barely keep calm. One had to know. If these people were trained well, they would almost become real martial realm experts in the future. Even if 1 in 10 was born. This was also very terrifying. When they entered the venue, Qing Miao and Qing Shui also noticed the Chengyun Trading Company. Chief Steward Lin, long time no see. Qing Miao greeted. Lin Wanyo was in the Xuanshu True Domain. Xuanshu True Domain was close to the Blue River True Domain and the Emerald Cloud sect was quite powerful. Both sides had interacted before. Lin Wanyo also stood up and cupped his hands. "Elders, you are still as elegant as ever. I wonder how the Emerald Cloud sect is doing now. Sect Master is well, thank you for your concern, Chief Steward Lin." After a few greetings, Qing Miao and the others from the Emerald Cloud sect sat in the corresponding seats. Golden Sun sect Grand Elder Yang Zhongning has arrived. A voice was heard. Whether it was the Emerald Cloud sect or the Chengyun Trading Company, everyone's expression changed slightly. Especially the two old Taoists, Qing Yu and Qing Shui. Their originally calm faces were now a little ugly. The Blue River True Domain was originally dominated by the Emerald Cloud sect. However, as the Emerald Cloud sect declined, the Golden Sun sect and the Water Moon sect took the opportunity to rise. It could be said that these two sects had dug out a piece of meat from the Emerald Cloud sect to support themselves. Although the Emerald Cloud sect did not fall out with these two sects on the surface, their relationship had always been bad. Now that they heard about the arrival of the Golden Sun sect, they naturally did not look good. Especially this time, the person who came was Yang Zhongning. Not long after, Fu Gang and an old man in a pale golden robe walked over. Although the old man was close to 70 years old, he still walked with a majestic gait. His back was straight and his eyes were bright. He had a majestic aura that could not be ignored. When they saw the arrival of the old man, a name appeared in the minds of Lin Wanyo and Qing Miao. Yang Zhongning. Lin Wanyo also got up at this time and saluted from afar. "Elder Yang, how have you been? Thank you for your concern, Chief Steward Lin." "I'm well." Yang Zhongning smiled slightly and spoke with a calm tone. After that, he looked at the Emerald Cloud sect and said with a little surprise, "It turns out that the Emerald Cloud sect is also here. I almost lost my manners. Greetings, Elder Yang." Hearing this, Qing Miao and the others had to get up and salute. In terms of status, Grand Elder Yang Zhongning's status was higher than the ordinary elders of the Emerald Cloud sect. In terms of strength, He was known as the strongest person in the Golden Sun sect and was an existence that even their own sect master was afraid of. Therefore, they had to give him face. Chapter 132. By Zhensheng, the Grand Elder of the Jianhua sect. Yu Qian, the Enforcing Elder of the Water Moon sect. Wan Miao sect. The experts of the sects who had been invited had arrived one after another. In the spacious banquet hall. Now, there were quite a few people sitting there. After all, there were only a few who had come alone like Yang Zhongning. Most of the people were like the Blue Cloud sect, who had brought their younger generation disciples here to see the experts of various sects and broaden their horizons. It was also beneficial for their future cultivation. Yang Zhongning sat in the seat of the Gold Sun sect and sized up the sects who had arrived. Until now, almost all the sects in the Four True Dominion had a history. Many of them were experts that he was familiar with. However, the only one who could really attract his attention was Bai Zhensheng from the Jianhua sect. The two of them were old rivals. At this moment, the disciples of the Yuan sect weaved in and out, placing drinks and other things on the banquet table. There are 300 to 400 people above the 6th stage of the basic martial arts realm. There are even hundreds of people above the 10th stage of the basic martial arts realm. The Yuan sect's foundation is indeed extraordinary. Yang Zhongning thought to himself. Ever since he had entered, he had been sizing up the entire Yuan sect. The realm and strength of those disciples. There was no possibility of hiding in front of an expert of his level. Because of this, Yang Zhongning was shocked. If it was an old sect, it would be fine, but if it was a new sect, it would be too shocking. Even though the Gold Sun sect had been operating for so long. In terms of the overall strength of the disciples, this was probably the case. However, what Yang Zhongning really cared about was the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord, the current sect master of the Yuan sect. No matter how strong a Yuan sect disciple's foundation was, without a true expert overseeing it, it was like the moon in the water. It was an existence that could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Only the top experts could intimidate the people in their residence. However, until now, the sect master of the Yuan sect had not appeared. Only the great elder of technique imparting was handling matters on his behalf. As for the great elder of technique imparting, Yang Zhongning shook his head in his heart. Weak. Too weak. Only a newly established sect like the Sky Origin sect would have a grand elder of such a realm. A fake true martial realm? Or a fake true martial realm? Without a real fight, Yang Zhongning could only make a rough estimate. But even so, it was enough. Gui Haichuan, the sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect, has arrived. Boom. Immediately, the scene was silent for a moment. Then, a loud noise exploded. Heaven Saber sect. Gui Haichuan. The people from the various sects were all elders, and the strongest among them were grand elders like Yang Zhongning and Bai Zhensheng. Just like the Heaven Saber sect. The arrival of a sect master was something that had never happened before. Everyone, including Yang Zhongning, had an extremely solemn expression after recovering from their shock. The leader of a sect. He was definitely a top-notch expert. In the Gold Sun sect, there were only a few cases where the first elder was stronger than the sect master. The Heaven Saber sect, in particular, was one of the top sects in terms of strength. It was rumored that sect master Gui Haichuan had already reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm. He was only a step away from crossing the boundary and stepping into the next level. Such strength. In the True Dominion, they were one of the top few. Everyone's gaze landed on the entrance. A tall, middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was walking over slowly. He carried a long saber with a black scabbard on his back. As he walked, a sharp intent seemed to be revealed. His eyes seemed to be filled with charm. Those whose cultivation levels were not high enough did not even dare look him in the eye. Even Qiu Ping, who was leading the way, could not help but lag behind him. Zheng Fang, who was shocked, immediately prepared to welcome him. Meanwhile, a person floated over and landed beside Zheng Fang. As this person arrived, the surrounding spirit qi of heaven and earth seemed to become restless. An indescribable aura was faintly discernible, causing the surrounding air to seem a little heavier. Zheng Fang cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master, Sect Master." Everyone's gaze shifted from Gui Haichuan to the person who had suddenly appeared. An expert at the pinnacle of the true martial realm was terrifying. However, a living Protectorate Lord standing in front of them was even more eye-catching. Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. Gui Haichuan's gaze landed on Qin Shujian, his eyes filled with a sharp intent. Qin Shujian did not back down. Instead, he met his gaze, cupped his fists and smiled faintly. Origin Sect Qin Shujian greets Sect Master Gui Haichuan. The two of them stood rooted to the ground. A sharp aura surged from the two of them, as though it could tear the sky apart. At this moment, be it Gui Haichuan or Qin Shujian, they were like divine weapons that had been unsheathed. The sharpness of their auras was difficult to look at. However, this intent disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Gui Haichuan restrained his sharpness and returned the greeting with cupped fists. Heaven Saber Sect Master Gui Haichuan greets Sect Master Qin. This time, he did not say Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. Instead, he used Sect Master Qin. This was indirectly equivalent to the Heaven Saber sect acknowledging the existence of the Origin sect. This was an acknowledgement of one's strength. Qin Shujian said, "Please take a seat, Sect Master Gui Haichuan, please." As he watched Gui Haichuan take a seat alone, Qin Shujian made a mental note of this name. Their previous exchange of gazes, the two of them had already exchanged blows invisibly. The patriarch of the Heaven Saber sect had also comprehended saber intent. Just now, the means by which the two of them had exchanged blows had been their intent. There had been no victory or defeat. After all, it had not been a battle of life and death. After a brief exchange of blows and a rough understanding of each other's strength, they had retreated. This exchange. Others might not have been able to see anything. However, in the eyes of a true martial realm expert, they would be able to see how extraordinary it had been. Intent. Yang Zhongning's tiger-like eyes flashed. Anyone who had comprehended intent was a top-notch existence in the true martial realm. The reason Gui Haichuan was one of the few top-notch experts in the true dominion was because of his invincible saber intent. Or else, although the peak true martial realm was precious, it was not that rare in the true dominion. However, he was only slightly shocked for a moment before he felt at ease. A Protectorate Lord, it wasn't a strange thing to be able to comprehend willpower. How could he have become a Protectorate Lord if he had not been outstanding? At the moment, the atmosphere in the field also became heavy. First, Gui Haichuan. Then, Qin Shujian. The appearance of the two of them gave the others immense pressure. On the main seat, Qin Shujian surveyed the crowd, raised the wine cup in his hand and said loudly, "Today is the founding ceremony of the Origin sect. I am deeply gratified that all of you are able to come forward. This toast is to all of you." Upon hearing this, immediately, everyone stood up from their seats and raised their cups to welcome him. "Sect Master Qin, please. Sect Master Qin, you are too polite. Please." Then, Qin Shujian finished his cup in one gulp and sat down on the main seat. The others did the same. Only then did they take their seats again. At the same time, the Origin sect disciples served the dishes one by one. Gui Haichuan said, "The ordinary realm has been constantly evolving over the years. However, a Protectorate Lord has not been born for many years. Sect Master Qin broke the limit in one go and led the entire ordinary realm to the true dominion. This is indeed a shocking and admirable feat." Then, he raised his wine cup and said, "I also propose a toast to Sect Master Qin. Please." Qin Shujian raised his cup as well. Subsequently, everyone at the banquet kept talking. After all, they were here. Besides the Origin sect, there were many other sects and forces present. These forces, some of them were not on good terms with each other, while others were on good terms with each other. Now that they were gathered together, they could not help but communicate. "I have heard that Sect Master Qin has subdued many forces from a small village and developed it into a top force in the domain. I am very impressed." Yu Qian's voice was soft and gentle. Her blue dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her look very attractive. The gazes of many young disciples from the various sects faintly fell on her body. However, only those who knew Yu Qian well, when they looked at her, there was a tinge of fear in their eyes. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked at Yu Qian. Her charming appearance caused him to reveal a smile. I only managed to get to where I am today because I wanted to protect myself. Now that I have established the origin sect, I only hope that it can be passed down steadily. I am already satisfied. I am not worthy of Elder Yu's praise. Sect Master Qin is too humble. The origin sect will definitely prosper under the leadership of someone like you. I propose a toast to Sect Master Qin. The smile on Yu Qian's pretty face widened as she drank the wine in her cup first. Qin Shujian also raised his cup to return the gesture. This conversation, the speaker and the listener both had their own intentions. Yu Qian's question was actually what most people present were thinking. After all, the birth of a new sect, especially one with a protectorate lord, would not be a good thing for the people of the other true dominion if they were too ambitious. Nobody wanted to be covetously eyed by others beside them. Let's not talk about whether Qin Shujian's answer was true or false. However, at least he had expressed his attitude. This way, the sects would also feel more at ease. Subsequently, another person asked tentatively. Qin Shujian also gave a flawless answer, not revealing the slightest hint of a strange expression. More than half a day passed. The banquet was also nearing its end. In the end, this was just a simple celebration. Qin Shujian wanted to announce to the other sects that the Liang Mountain True Dominion already had an owner and that they should not try to interfere. The other sects had also come because they wanted to know whether this sect with a protectorate lord had the ambition to conquer the mountains and rivers. After a simple understanding of each other, both parties were quite satisfied with this banquet. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, people gradually stood up and bid farewell. If you have time in the future, Sect Master Qin can come to the Mystic Void True Dominion's Heaven Saber sect. I will definitely welcome you. Gui Haichuan stood up and said with a smile. Definitely. I will take my leave first. Please. Gui Haichuan floated down the mountain and left. Very soon, apart from the people of the Carrier Trading Company, the rest of the sects had already left the banquet. The internal and external deacons of the origin sect were currently instructing people to tidy up the venue. Lin Wanyo stood up and said, Sect Master Qin, the Carrier Trading Company wishes to discuss something with you. I wonder if it is convenient now. Chapter 133. Inside the Legacy Hall, the three of them sat down. Other than Ji Yu Feng, no one else from the Legacy Trading Company was qualified to enter. Or rather, if Ji Yu Feng had not been from the origin sect, he would not have been qualified to listen in on the conversation between the True Dominion General Manager and the Protectorate Lord. After Lin Wanyo sat down, he went straight to the point. The origin sect is now the #1 sect in the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain. I hope that the Legacy Trading Company can provide some support in the future. Correspondingly, 5% of the net profit of each shipment will be given to the origin sect as a reward. What do you think, Sect Master Qin? After he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Shujian and waited for his reply. 5% of the net profit of each shipment. This reward was actually not low at all. Given the Legacy Trading Company's structure, each shipment, excluding labor costs, would be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver or even 10,000 taels of silver. In the long run, this would be a sizable sum of silver. If Qin Shujian had not been the Protectorate Lord and the Origin Sect was the only big sect in the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain, Lin Wanyo might not have offered such a price. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment before saying, the Legacy Trading Company will be safe within the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain. What he meant was, if anything happened outside of the True Dominion of the Liang Mountain, it would not be the Origin Sect's fault. No problem. Lin Wanyo nodded. This was common sense. After pausing for a moment, he said, the second thing is that I hope that the Origin Sect can send experts to help us exterminate the Shining rebel army. The Legacy Trading Company will give a reasonable reward. Haven't the Shining rebel army retreated? Qin Shujian asked in confusion. When the true dominion of the Liang mountain had been upgraded, the Shining rebel army had retreated from the Shining plains. What they left behind? There was only the ravaged Shining plains left behind. Coincidentally, the Origin sect had just been established and could not be free for the time being. Otherwise, the Shining plains would have been included in the Origin sect's sphere of influence. The rebel army has indeed retreated from the Shining plains. However, they are now wreaking havoc in the Divine Flower Ordinary Dominion and have destroyed the peace. As Lin Wanyo spoke, he cupped his hands and continued, however, the rebel army is too powerful and it won't be easy to exterminate them. Therefore, I hope that Sky Origin sect can also lend a helping hand. I want to know the background of the Shining rebel army, of course. As Lin Wanyo spoke, his gaze landed on Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng immediately understood. After contemplating for a while, he said, right now, the flames of war are everywhere in the Great Zhao Kingdom. There are always bandits who want to rise up and overthrow the orthodoxy. There are also people who want to establish a kingdom on the land of the Great Zhao in order to divide up the fortune. The Shining rebel army was one of the failed forces. Now that they had entered the territory of Baiyun Manor, they were trying to destroy the foundation of the Great Zhao. As a power within the Great Zhao country, the Chengyun Trading Company naturally cannot bear to see the people die. How strong are the rebels? The rebel army has around 5,000 people. Because in the ordinary realm, anyone above the basic realm is suppressed to the 10th stage of the basic realm. Ji Yufeng paused for a moment before continuing. According to our information, there are 3,000 people in the 6th stage of the basic martial realm and above, 100 in the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. Among them, there are 13 people at the peak of the basic martial realm and the rest are at the 5th stage of the basic martial realm. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was also shocked. To tell the truth, he really did not know how strong the Shining rebel army was. When he thought about how Zhong Tianyu had told him that the Shining rebel army might have experts above the 5th stage of the basic martial realm, Qin Shujian had the urge to drag him over. Could this be the strength of someone above the 6th stage of the basic martial realm? This was clearly a giant. If at that time, he had chosen to attack the Shining plains on a whim, Qin Shujian made a rough estimation. The grass on his grave would have probably grown. In the ordinary realm, there are no experts above the true martial realm. The two of you don't think that our Yuan sect can deal with such a large number of Shining rebels, do you? Yuan sect was now at the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. They were about the same as the Shining rebel army. In terms of overall strength, they were not as strong as the Shining rebel army. After all, out of the 1,000 people, 70% of them were just bystanders. If Yuan sect were to go against the Shining rebel army, unless Qin Shujian thought that he was an idiot, he would not agree no matter how high the reward was. After a battle, not to mention victory or defeat, their foundation was about to be emptied. This time, it was Lin Wanyo's turn to speak. Don't worry, Sect Master Qin. This time, the Imperial Army will be the main force. Yuan sect only needs to send experts to assist. He did not say one more thing. If Qin Shujian, the Domain Lord, could help, then it would be even more reliable. Domain Lord. Even if he was shackled by the ordinary realm, he was still not someone the 10th stage of the basic martial realm could compare with. But Lin Wanyo did not say this. What kind of reward is the Carrier Trading Company willing to pay? 3,000 taels for a chance to fight for a true martial realm expert. 1,000 taels for a person of the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. If there is an unfortunate death, the true martial realm expert will pay 100,000 taels, the 10th stage 10,000 taels, and the 6th stage 100 taels. No compensation for death. Good. Qin Shujian nodded. This price. He could accept it. To put it bluntly, even those below the 10th stage of the basic martial realm would not be of much use to Lin Wanyo and the others. What the other party lacked was these top fighting forces. But before Lin Wanyo could say anything, he changed the topic. This time, Yuan sect can send 5 true martial realm experts and 30 of the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. As for those from the 9th to the 6th stage of the basic martial realm, Yuan sect will send at least 100 of them. You only need to pay 10,000 taels, not 100 taels per person. This is Yuan sect's thanks for Brother Gu's help in rebuilding. And I hope to exchange all these taels for martial arts of the mortal level. It would be best if they are above the middle level. Hearing this, Lin Wanyo was slightly startled, but quickly understood. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master Qin. Since you have asked, the Carrier Trading Company will definitely fulfill your request. When do you need them? 3 days at the earliest, 7 days at the latest. I will send someone to inform Sect Master Qin at that time." "No problem." In a few words. Thus, the two of them decided on this matter. At last, after exchanging a few more words, Lin Wanyo stood up and said goodbye. Qin Shujian also sent people to escort them down the mountain after sending them out of Chengwu Hall. When they left, Lin Wanyo's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with the result of this negotiation. On the other side, Qin Shujian's face was also full of smiles. After this time, he believed that Yuan sect's library would be filled up and wouldn't be as empty as it was now. Subsequently, Qin Shujian gathered all the elders. In Chengwu Hall, he only gave one order. From tomorrow onwards, Yuan sect will open its gates and recruit disciples. Anyone who wants to join the sect can come here. Hearing this, everyone's body shook. Open the gates. Recruit disciples. This meant that Yuan sect was officially on the right track. The next day, many of the players who had gathered at the foot of Liang Mountain had already given up. But compared to the huge number of people, there were still many people who stayed. These people, rather than saying that they were waiting, it was better to say that they were unwilling to accept the fact that they had wasted so much time. Just as all the players were waiting, a loud voice spread in all directions. "Today, Yuan sect will open its gates. Anyone who wants to join the sect can come." Buzz. All the players who had waited bitterly at the foot of Liang Mountain instantly became excited. The gates were open. Recruit disciples. Why had they waited for so long? Naturally, it was for this moment. "I want to join Yuan sect. I want to join the sect." The players flocked over. Silence. Niu Feng's body exploded with the aura of a true martial realm expert, instantly intimidating the players in front of him. A true martial realm expert. Just his aura alone was enough to make a basic martial realm expert tremble. Niu Feng looked at the players who had already quieted down and shouted, "If you want to join the sect, follow the rules. Everyone go up the mountain in an orderly manner to meet the sect master." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. 2 of Yuan sect's internal and external deacons came out and led these people up the mountain. There was a level 10 basic martial realm boss in front of them and a true martial realm boss on the side. No one dared to be presumptuous and went up the mountain in an orderly manner. Walking up the limestone stairs, Liu Dazhong breathed in the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He immediately felt comfortable. This is the sect. Even if I can't learn anything, living here is still a good thing. Of course. He was just thinking about it. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Miao Yuqing pulled Liu Dazhong's sleeve and whispered, "What do you think will be the test to join the sect?" "It's hard to say, but it definitely won't be easy. With so many players, I don't know how many can join the sect." Liu Dazhong looked at the hundreds of players around him and shook his head. Silence. Liu Er turned around and coldly shouted. Instantly, the players who were still whispering all shut their mouths. "You're strong, you're right." In Yuan Sect Square, many players stood there. Around them were several true martial realm elders. Just their aura alone was enough to intimidate these people and make them not dare to act rashly. "The sect master has arrived." A voice came out of nowhere. Immediately, a person floated in and landed in front of the players. The true martial realm elders all cupped their hands and greeted, "Greetings, sect master. Rise." Qin Shujian waved his hand, but his gaze fell on the players in front of him. For so long, Many players had died in his hands. But now, both sides were standing together peacefully on the surface. This was something that had never happened before. Qin Shujian was sizing up the players. The players were also sizing him up in the dark. There weren't many people in the game who didn't know the name of the Langshan Camp Master. The video of the Langshan Camp Master attacking the village was posted on the forum. The players were already familiar with the appearance of the Langshan Camp Master. Even if the other party had changed from the Langshan Camp Master to the Sect Master of Yuan Sect. But his appearance. In the end, it wouldn't change. A big boss that had slaughtered several novice villages and killed so many players that they were scared out of their wits was now directly in front of them. This made many people feel an invisible pressure in their hearts. If it was in the past, when a boss stood in front of them, the player's first thought would be to kill it. But this game had taught them a deep lesson. Not all bosses. They could all be killed. Chapter 134. Qin Shujian looked at the many players and quietly activated his spiritual eye. Instantly, the players' attributes were also revealed. Name, Liu Dazhong, variant human, title, none identity, none affiliation, novice village 74444 faction level, none realm, martial arts realm level 6 different from the others. The player's attributes were specially marked with the word variant human. Apart from that, cultivation methods and martial arts could not be seen through. As for loyalty, the other party had not entered the sect yet, so there was no such thing as loyalty. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at a few more players and the results were similar. The players in the field. Most of them were around martial arts realm level 5 or 6. Very few of them were at martial arts realm level 7. There were also some below martial arts realm level 5. But below martial arts realm level 3, there was not a single one. Just as the players were nervous, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and said, "Today, my Yuan sect is open. Anyone with good character can enter my sect." Instantly, all the players' faces became serious as they listened to the other party's words carefully. Pay 30 taels of silver and you can become Yuan sect's outer sect disciple and learn the corresponding cultivation method and martial art. The players who were listening carefully. Hearing this, many of them were stunned, thinking that they had misheard. 30 taels of silver. Only 30 taels of silver and you can enter the sect. Was this real or fake? If it was so simple, why was there not a single player who could successfully enter the sect? You've triggered a strange encounter mission. Strange encounter mission. Pay 30 taels of silver and you can enter the sect. Do you accept? Strange encounter mission. Many of the players looked at each other. If the NPC's words were fake, then the system's mission notification would not lie. In other words, as long as they spent 30 taels of silver, they could really enter the sect. Instantly, almost all the players said accept in their hearts. On the other side, after speaking, Qin Shujian's face changed slightly. You've successfully issued a mission to the variant human. Contribution points activated. You can consume a certain amount of life force to create a corresponding identity token. You can issue missions to the mutants in the sect. Note, every time a mission is issued, a certain amount of life force will be consumed. Note, you can add a certain amount of rewards on top of the consumption of life force. This will arouse the Inhuman's enthusiasm, not mandatory. He had never thought about it. Recruiting players would lead to such a change. He couldn't help it. Qin Shujian silently recited the words to make an identity jade card. Immediately, the corresponding information appeared in his mind. Outer Sect Disciple Identity Token, 1 Life Source Inner Disciple Identity Token, 3 Life Force Points Elite Disciple Identity Token, 5 Life Source Direct Disciple External Deacon Identity Token, 10 points of Life Force Direct Disciple Internal Deacon Identity Token, 20 Life Source Elder Identity Token, 100 Life Source Sect Leaders Identity Token, 1000 Life Source. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Qin Shujian turned to Zheng Fang and the rest and said, "Elders, please take care of this place first. If there are any mutants who are unwilling to pay, expel them all from the Yuan sect. After that, without waiting for them to reply, he leaped and left. As soon as he left, Qin Shujian went directly to the Chengwu Hall, lit the candles in the hall, and then closed the door. Immediately after, he looked at his life source and directly chose to make an outer disciple identity token. As the thought arose, his life source decreased a little. An iron token directly appeared in his hand. In his hand, there was a cold feeling. Qin Shujian immediately looked at the attributes of the token. Name, identity token affiliation, none, outer disciple, contribution points, 0, 0, can be promoted, you have successfully created an identity token. You can set the corresponding contribution promotion system. The system prompt came again. This time, Qin Shujian only took a few glances and had an idea in his heart. He only saw his thoughts moving. The 0 in the brackets in the identity token suddenly became 200, and the original words that could be promoted also changed to not be promoted. When the contribution points reach the corresponding value, the token can be promoted, and the identity of the person with the token will also be promoted from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. In this way, there are two ways to promote in Yuan Sect. One is to promote with the token, and the other is to promote directly by the higher-up. Qin Shujian was quite satisfied with this. To put it bluntly, he had the final say on how many contribution points he needed to promote. Whoever he wanted to promote could be promoted. If he didn't want to promote, even if his contribution points soared to the sky, he still wouldn't have the chance to promote. As for the function of issuing tasks, Qin Shujian also roughly studied it. After some understanding in his heart, he immediately consumed hundreds of life source and made a large number of outer disciple identity tokens. In the square, after the players accepted the task, some of them had enough silver and directly paid the money and stayed. And those who didn't have enough money left Yuan Sect immediately and went to other places to raise money. For the players at this stage, 30 taels of silver was not a lot, but it was also not a little. At the beginning of the game, the price of silver was relatively high and floating. Now as the game was getting longer and longer, the price of silver slowly decreased and remained at a relatively stable level. When Qin Shujian arrived, there were about 100 players left in the square. Behind Qin Shujian, there were a few deacons who were holding a pile of identity tokens in their hands. All the players who paid the silver can come and receive the outer disciple identity token. From now on, you are the disciples of Yuan Sect. Hearing this, the players who paid the silver immediately went forward to receive the identity token. The players who received it, they also retreated to the side and checked the attributes of the identity token. As for Qin Shujian, he stood there and looked at the attributes of the players. Now that these people had joined Yuan Sect, their loyalty was no longer a hidden attribute and was all exposed in front of his eyes. Almost all the players were about the same. Loyalty levels hovered between single digits and the beginning of double digits. To this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. The players were cold by nature and he didn't think that they could be that loyal. As long as they didn't stab him in the back, everything would be fine. It was just that, what was a negative loyalty? Infernal affairs. Qin Shujian looked at the player named Zhongquan and looked at his -50 loyalty. No matter how he looked at it, it was dazzling. Zhongquan was looking at the attributes of the identity token. Suddenly, he felt that the top of his head was dark. When he looked up, he happened to meet Qin Shujian's eyes. His heart suddenly trembled. What was going on? Could it be that the other party recognized him? Zhongquan's heart was flustered at first, but he calmed down quickly. Back then, there were so many players in the novice village 23012 and this big boss killed people without blinking. There was no reason for him to remember a small player like him. Have we met somewhere before? Hearing this, Zhongquan's heart trembled again. He forced a smile and said, "This is the first time I've met the sect master." Qin Shujian put his hand on the other party's shoulder and had a gentle smile on his face. "Are you nervous?" No. Zhongquan's forehead was faintly sweating. Until now, How could he not notice that something was wrong? It was just that no matter how he thought, he couldn't figure out which part of the problem was. It couldn't be. The other party could really recognize him. At this time, the other players also turned their attention to this side. After all, they had to treat any action of Qin Shujian with caution. I see that you have a rebellious bone in your brain. Could it be that you want to betray Yuan sect? Wrong, you're stuttering. It seems that it's true. Qin Shujian patted the hand on the shoulder and had a gentle smile on his face. At this time, Zhongquan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just as he was about to explain himself, he felt a violent surge of power on his shoulder and instantly destroyed his life force. In the eyes of others, Zhongquan suddenly dissipated into light and only an identity token was left on the ground. What was going on? Could it be that this boss was addicted to killing and was so cruel that he even killed his own people? But all the players who saw this scene were all shocked. They thought that after joining the sect and standing together with this boss, they would be considered as one of their own. Unexpectedly, they still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Suddenly, just as many players were hesitating whether they should take advantage of the other party to leave before he killed them, Qin Shujian kept the identity token that had fallen and looked at the rest. This person is a spy who tried to sneak into Yuan sect. Now that I have seen through him, as long as there is no problem, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, many players were slightly relieved. After seeing that Qin Shujian didn't make any more moves after killing that player, the rest of them were temporarily relieved. Next, the players who didn't get their identity tokens also went to get theirs one after another. Qin Shujian was still using the ability of the spiritual eye to check the attributes of each player. Of course, the focus was still on the loyalty. After the last player had received their identity tokens, Qin Shujian stopped using the ability of the spiritual eye. Except for the player who was killed, the loyalty of the other players was not negative. There is a library in the Yuan sect. With contribution points, you can exchange for the opportunity to enter the library. Someone will tell you the specific contribution point system in 2 days. Outer sect disciples are not qualified to live in the sect. Go to the foot of the mountain and build a village for yourself to rest. As Qin Shujian spoke, he directly used the function of issuing missions. The first group mission was issued to the players who had joined Yuan sect. The minimum consumption for this mission is 136 life force, which can be increased accordingly. The minimum contribution points rewarded for the mission is 1 point for each person. There is no upper limit. Looking at the system prompt, he directly chose the lowest consumption. At the same time, all the players received the system's mission prompt. Sect mission: go to the foot of Mount Liang to build a village as soon as possible. It cannot be more than 2 miles away from Mount Liang. The mission cannot be rejected. Mission reward: a small amount of experience points, 1 contribution point. Chapter 135. At the foot of Mount Liang, a group of players were working in full swing. Although some of them couldn't understand why the first thing they did after joining a sect was not to learn techniques, but to work as a coolie. But when they thought of the 30 taels of silver they had paid, and then they thought of the time they had wasted to join Yuan sect, these people could only grit their teeth and accept it. After all, there were contribution points for this mission. Contribution points were the key to learning techniques. There was also a small amount of experience points, so it wasn't for nothing. On the other side, Qin Shujian looked down at the situation of the players and then turned to leave. He had already increased the contribution points needed to become an inner disciple to 500 points. It wasn't easy for ordinary players to become an inner disciple. But there were 2 things that Qin Shujian was concerned about. First, could the players who joined Yuan sect provide him with a source of life? Second, could other people in Yuan sect issue missions to the players, and what was the cost of issuing missions? These 2 points he didn't know for now. It could also be that other NPCs were different from him and naturally had the ability to issue missions. About this point, Qin Shujian couldn't ask others. Once he asked, Then he would be exposed. The players were working in full swing. On the other side, Qin Shujian was making the best use of the time to perfect the system. He first tried to see if anyone could see the contribution points on the identity token. Then he found out. As long as the token fell into the hands of someone, that person would be able to see how many contribution points there were. In this way, things would be easier. Qin Shujian specified some rules, such as how many contribution points could be used to enter the library once, and how many floors could one enter based on the level of the identity token. Similar to these, he made clear indicators. After doing all these, Qin Shujian suddenly realized. It might be easy to set up a sect, but it wasn't easy to nurture a sect well. There isn't much source of life now. I'll make the identity tokens for the players first. As for the NPCs in Yuan's sect, I'll leave them empty for now. Qin Shujian looked at the source of life that only had a little more than 1,000 points and shook his head. The promotion of NPCs didn't require contribution points. When the time came, he would just make the corresponding identity tokens. Other than that, he made hundreds of identity tokens and left them with Zheng Fang. Because according to his guess, there should be more players arriving one after another. He recruited a group of thugs. Furthermore, each of them could earn 30 taels of silver. This trade was actually not a loss at all. However, we still have to give them a taste of sweetness. Otherwise, their hearts won't be at peace. Shortly after, Qin Shujian looked at his elemental cultivation technique. Ordinary cultivation techniques definitely wouldn't tempt those players. The only thing he could take out was a low-grade true-grade origin scripture. This low-grade truth rank cultivation technique was a combination of numerous mortal rank cultivation techniques. It had already transcended to a whole new level. Originally, he still wanted to use this cultivation technique as a trump card. But now that he thought about it, as long as there was enough life source, Yuan Dian could be continuously deduced. If he wanted to obtain luck points, he wouldn't be stuck at the true rank. Luck points were hard to come by. However, Qin Shujian did not think that there was no chance. In this way, Yuan Dian's importance would not be as strong. Thinking about it, Qin Shujian immediately went to find Zheng Fang and discussed with him. In the end, they decided that all the players who joined Yuan's sect could cultivate the first 5 levels of Yuan Dian's martial arts for free. As for the inner disciples, they could cultivate the complete martial arts scripture. Shortly after, this decision was passed down. Of course, as the great elder, Zheng Fang naturally wouldn't lower himself to personally teach the outer disciples. These things, they were all handed over to the deacons. His low-grade true rank, the cultivation techniques of the sect are indeed not comparable to the cultivation techniques on the streets. Song Qing looked at the true rank cultivation technique on his attribute panel. Even if he didn't even reach the first level, just the words true rank cultivation technique were enough to blind his eyes. The hardships of coming to Liang Mountain, the grief of being accidentally killed by an NPC, and the anger of building a village for a bit of contribution points on such a hot day had all disappeared. What did he do all this for? Wasn't it for this? Looking at the cultivation technique on his original attribute panel, the words low-grade mortal rank were a bit dazzling. Without any hesitation, he directly abolished the cultivation technique he was originally cultivating, and his realm also fell. Immediately after, then, he transferred all the experience points to Yuan Dian. Then, he saw that Yuan Dian was directly pushed to the maximum level of the 5th level. Seeing the additional characteristics and the strength that surged out from his body, Song Qing was once again shocked. 1, 2, 3 additional characteristics, this is the true rank cultivation technique. In an instant, the other players also let out cries of surprise from time to time. Low-grade true rank, when one cultivated to the 5th level, they would have 3 characteristics. These differences were not something that the cultivation techniques they were originally cultivating could compare to. Liu Dazhong was so excited that his fingers were trembling. A low-grade true rank cultivation technique, the 30 silver taels that I spent, I'll be able to get it back just like that. Unfortunately, There were restrictions in the game. The cultivation techniques that players cultivated were only equivalent to a growing skill. Even if they knew the content, they couldn't spread it through writing. Otherwise, he would be able to rely on this to become rich. Not long after, on the real-world forum, some players who joined Yuan's sect directly posted the attributes of the 5th level of the martial arts manual, Yuan Jian's cultivation technique. In an instant, it caused a stir in the entire forum. Especially when someone wrote down the entry criteria of Yuan sect, it caused even more people to go crazy. 30 silver taels. How much was that? Now that the players had increased their assets, 1 silver tael was about 300 real-world currency. After conversion, it was about 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? To many people, it was not a small sum of money. But to be able to take out this amount of money, most people could do it. 10,000 yuan in exchange for the opportunity to enter a sect, no matter how one looked at it, would not be a loss. As long as they obtained the cultivation technique, their strength would increase. The money that they spent would be able to get it back sooner or later. Many smart people thought of another thing. That was how big Yuan's sect was. How many players were there in the game? Now that this news had spread, there would definitely be a large number of players entering. Sooner or later, Yuan's sect would not be able to handle it. Therefore, when it came to joining a sect, it was a matter of being the first to get it. In an instant, some people had already taken action and rushed toward the true dominion of Liang Mountain. The players who were already in the true dominion of Liang Mountain directly rushed toward Yuan sect. Novice Village number 4356. When Zhong Quan revived, his mind was still in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What do I have to do? After being confused for 3 times, he quickly regained his senses. He looked at the familiar surroundings. Zhong Quan had to admit one fact. He had been killed by Liang Mountain Fort's fortmaster and had been cheated of 30 silver taels. If Qin Shujian was here and could see Zhong Quan's loyalty, he would definitely be able to see it. Zhong Quan's loyalty was already at -100. You win. Zhong Quan gritted his teeth. His eyes were already spitting fire. When he was in Novice Village number 23012, he had already been tortured by Liang Mountain Fort. He had originally wanted to sneak into Yuan's sect and learn their cultivation technique. Then, he would find an opportunity to trick Qin Shujian and vent his anger. In the end, he had failed. He had even lost 30 silver taels. Until now. Zhong Quan did not understand how the other party had found out about his evil intentions. It had to be said. The players were still very efficient. In less than 2 days, the village had already begun to take shape with the guidance of the deacon. As for the carrier trading company, their actions were also very fast. This time, besides Jiyu Feng, there were 2 true martial realm experts who came with the carriage. This was already the true dominion. The 10th stage of the basic martial realm was no longer the peak. In addition, the items being escorted this time were not ordinary items, but cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. Therefore, they had to be treated with caution. When they arrived at the foot of Liang Mountain, Jiyu Feng sighed as he looked at the village that had already taken shape. Your sect is changing every day. In the future, you will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Ha. Thank you for your auspicious words, Manager Jiyu. Shu Yuanming laughed. He was also in a good mood. Subsequently, the few of them went up the mountain together. In the bearing martial hall, Jiyu Feng cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Qin, these are the cultivation techniques you wanted. As he spoke, he opened a few boxes behind him. Qin Shujian also stepped forward and casually picked up a martial arts technique with the words Black Rock Technique written on it. After looking at it for a while, he did not open it. Instead, he put the cultivation technique back. Jiyu Feng, who was beside him, explained, for the cultivation technique category, the mortal low grade is priced at 100 taels of silver, the mortal middle grade is priced at 800 taels of silver, the mortal high grade is priced at 3,000 taels of silver, and the truth low grade is priced at 10,000 taels of silver. For the martial arts category, the mortal low grade is priced at 50 taels of silver, the mortal middle grade is priced at 500 taels of silver, the mortal high grade is priced at 1,500 taels of silver, the truth low grade is priced at 5,000 taels of silver, and the truth middle grade is priced at 20,000 taels of silver. This time, I've brought 100 mortal low-grade cultivation techniques, 30 mid-grade cultivation techniques, 10 high-grade cultivation techniques, and 3 low-grade true-grade cultivation techniques. The same goes for martial arts, but there's an extra mid-grade true-grade martial art. Sect Master Qin's reward is 45,000 taels of silver. You can choose from this range. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian understood. After all, the cultivation technique was the foundation of one's strength. One's strength could only be improved when one's cultivation level increased. As for the martial arts, in the end, it was only an auxiliary method. Therefore, the price of cultivation techniques was generally much higher than martial arts. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian said, "I want to take a look at the truth-level cultivation techniques and martial arts." Hearing this, Ji Yufeng directly took out the cultivation techniques and martial arts and handed them over with both hands. "Sect Master Qin, please take a look. Truth low-grade Raging Flame Technique, Truth low-grade High Na Yuan Returning Technique, Truth low-grade Blood Drinking Technique, Truth low-grade Immovable Mountain, 3 cultivation techniques and 4 martial arts." Qin Shujian only knew the general use from the name on the cover. Finally, his gaze fell on the truth-level middle-grade martial arts. Chapter 136. The middle-grade true rank Wisdom King Prison-Breaking Saber. Just by looking at the name, Qin Shujian already had an idea. I heard that Sect Master Qin's saber technique has reached perfection. Therefore, this middle-grade Truth King Prison-Breaking Saber was prepared by you. Do you like it? Ji Yufeng said with a faint smile. Naturally, there were no middle-grade true rank cultivation techniques in his branch. After all, the True Dominion had just been upgraded, so the scale of the branch was still based on the standards of the ordinary Dominion. This Wisdom King Prison-Breaking Saber, Ji Yufeng had specially exchanged it from the other True Dominion branches. His motive was simple. He had prepared it for Qin Shujian. "Brother Ji Yu, you are too kind. In that case, I will take this Wisdom King Prison-Breaking Saber, the low-grade True Rank Raging Flame Technique and the Ocean Origin Returning Technique. As for the rest, I will exchange them for martial arts." Qin Shujian only thought about it for a moment before making a decision. Subsequently, he chose 2 high-grade mortal rank, 2 middle-grade mortal rank, and 10 low-grade mortal rank martial arts. 45,000 taels of silver were allocated. They were all cleared out. After completing these tasks, Ji Yufeng's expression turned solemn as he started to talk about serious matters. "In 2 days, we will officially attack the rebel army. Sect Master Qin, you will have to send people over in time." "All right. When the time comes, your sect will head directly to the Flying Leaf City. City Lord Zhong Baicheng will make the necessary arrangements." The two of them chatted for a while. Ji Yufeng stood up and left. Qin Shujian's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he watched the other party's departing figure. The carrier trade firm is not simple. This was not about the other party's strength. Instead, a trading firm had actually interfered with the rebel army's affairs. This did not seem like something they should do. Qin Shujian guessed. The imperial court might be behind the carrier trade firm. Otherwise, they would not have paid such a price. He hoped that Sky Origin sect could help eliminate the rebel army. As for the reason that Lin Wanyo had mentioned previously, it was just a passing remark. If anyone took it seriously, that would be too foolish. However, it did not matter to Sky Origin sect who was behind the carrier trade firm. He had no intention of rebelling anyway. As long as the other party gave him enough benefits, that would be enough. Subsequently, Qin Shujian also came to the library. Although it was still quite spacious compared to the huge library, at least it was not as lonely as it used to be. He placed all the low-grade and mid-grade mortal rank treasures on the first floor. Mortal high level was placed on the second floor. However, Qin Shujian did not immediately put the 3 true rank cultivation techniques in. In the bedroom. Qin Shujian opened the 3 books. You've learned true tier low-grade blaze art. You've learned the low-grade true tier high NA origin technique. You've learned the mid-grade true tier wisdom king prison shattering saber. Instantly, information about the 3 cultivation methods and martial arts surged into his mind like a tide. In the meantime, the liquefied quintessential essence in his dantian also seemed to undergo some minute changes. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his own attributes. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Liangshan Region Leader. Identity, Sect Master of Yuan Sect. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Influence Level, Level 2 Realm, Level 10 True Martial Arts, Liangshan Region, Realm +5, Yuanzhong Region, Realm +3, Cultivation Method, 13th Level of Yuan Dian, Level 11 Life Extension, Level 7 Indestructible Body, Level 6 Shattered Star Quintessential Essence, Low-Grade True Tier, First Level of Blaze Art, plus, Low-Grade True Tier, First Level of High NA Origin Technique, plus, Low-Grade True Tier, Martial Arts, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Entering Dao, 5 Elements 8 Trigrams Steps, Oneness of Heaven and Man, Low-Grade Mortal Rank, 7 Leaf Flower Piercing Palm, plus, Perfection, Low-Grade Mortal Rank, Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber, plus, Beginner, Middle Grade True Tier, Life Source, 1614 Luck Value, 0. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. The true rank cultivation method only had a higher upper limit and growth attribute, but to cultivate it, he had to start from the basic martial arts chapter. More than 1,000 life sources, even if he used all of them, would not increase much. So, Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment before directly upgrading to the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber. 1,000 life sources evaporated. The Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber immediately rose from the beginner to the advanced level. A familiar feeling emerged. It was as if he had practiced this saber technique for a long time and had already become extremely familiar with it. After feeling the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber for a while, Qin Shujian took out a brush, ink, paper and inkstone, and then began to bury his head in writing. A child from a poor family. That was about it. An hour later, Qin Shujian raised his head, looked at the paper that had been folded quite a bit, and laughed. I've finally finished writing. This way, my Yuan sect will also have a few true rank cultivation methods as a trump card, so it won't be too embarrassing. He simply tidied up the paper and then made a binding. Immediately after, he headed straight for the book collection pavilion. Sect leader, Wang Taizhu, who was in charge of the book collection pavilion, also stood up to welcome Qin Shujian when he saw him. I'll go up myself. Qin Shujian waved his hand. Seeing this, Wang Taizhu gave up. On the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion, Qin Shujian directly placed the 3 true rank cultivation methods on top, then turned and left. Half a day later, in the inherited martial hall, a group of elders were already sitting on the left and right. Qin Shujian said, "This time, the imperial court wants to take action against the original Shining rebel army. My sect will send 5 elders of the true martial realm and 30 disciples of the 10th grade of the martial realm to assist. Elders, how many of you are willing to go?" "I'll go." Zheng Hong was the first to speak. Immediately after, Fu Gang and the others also spoke one after another. Looking at the number of people who had already reached the quota, the others who were about to speak also closed their mouths. This time, Elder Zheng Hong will lead the team, and the other 4 elders will assist. As for the selection of the 10th grade of the martial realm, I'll leave it to you. Yes, sect leader. As a sect, our Yuan sect should protect the peace of the people. Now that there are rebels wreaking havoc in the Divine Flower Ordinary Realm, as disciples of the Yuan sect, you should also carry out your duties. Anyone who is willing to go and kill the rebels will be given a certain reward. If you complete the mission well, you will also receive an additional reward. Qin Shujian's voice was loud and clear. In front of him was a group of disciples. Between the 2 of them, there were a few innocent beasts that had been dismembered, their blood flowing all over the ground. Immediately, the players received the system's mission notification. A large-scale mission. Looking at the large amount of experience and contribution points written on it, all the players' eyes turned green. What did they lack? What they lacked was experience and contribution points. After learning the first 5 grades of the Yuan canon, there wasn't a single player who didn't want to learn the later grades. However, due to the lack of contribution points, they could only dream about it. Now, a large-scale mission was in front of them. Obviously, it was the best time to hunt for contribution points. It's my honor to contribute to the sect. Rest assured, sect leader, I will definitely complete the mission. Rest assured, sect leader, I will definitely complete the mission. Immediately, all the players chose to accept the mission. Qin Shujian also had a gratified smile on his face. But in reality, however, his heart was in so much pain that it was about to bleed. More than 600 points of life, all used up in one mission. But only with effort would there be gains. With the character of the players who wouldn't act without seeing the benefits, how could he not give them some benefits? The life source given now will be doubled back in no time. Qin Shujian muttered to himself a few times to ease the pain in his heart. It wasn't him who comforted himself. Before releasing the mission, Qin Shujian specially caught a few beasts and threw them in front of the players to kill. The result was obvious. At the same time as the beasts died, his life source also jumped a bit. At this point, Qin Shujian was completely sure that after killing the players who entered the Yuan sect, he would also get the life source. It was also because of this reason. That was why he put in a lot of effort to release this mission. The next day, with Zheng Hong as the leader, the 5 elders and hundreds of people headed toward Feiye City. Along the way, and no one dared to offend them. The aura of the 5 real martial arts realm was enough to deter everything. Feiye City had already received the news. When Zheng Hong and the others arrived, Zhong Baicheng was the first to go out of the city to welcome them. Greetings to all the experts of the Yuan sect, Zhong Baicheng said with a smile and cupped his fists. This old man was originally a 10th stage basic martial arts realm old man. But now, he had broken through and successfully entered the real martial arts realm. Zheng Hong cupped his fists and returned the greeting. I am here on the orders of the sect master to help the city lord. Ha, everyone, please follow me into the city, please. Then, Zhong Baicheng sent people to make arrangements for the people of the Yuan sect. At the same time, the army of Feiye City was also ready to go to war. With the arrival of the people of the Yuan sect, there were so many experts. This time, Zhong Baicheng was very confident. Especially this time, not only did the Yuan sect help, but the other sects also sent experts. In order to destroy the rebel army, the Imperial Court and the Carrier Trading Company had put in a lot of effort. The breeze whistled. The flag fluttered. The army of 6,000 gathered, and the killing intent was heavy. Zhong Baicheng was in charge of Feiye City. This time, the commander was Hong Bin. The true Dominion had just advanced. This commander was a 10th stage basic martial arts realm. Zheng Hong and the others stood at the side, looking at the killing intent of the army. Many of them were shocked. This was not something that a scattered army could compare to. As long as an army was formed, it would have military power. Under the attack of the army's aura, they could even suppress the enemy's strength. For the players, this was the first time they had seen such a scene, and they were all shocked. Thank you for your help this time. I am very grateful. Hong Bin said politely to Zheng Hong and the others who had come by invitation. This time, other than the people of the Yuan sect, there were also some experts from the other sects. There was no exception. They were all in the real martial arts realm. Regarding this, Hong Bin had to give the other party enough face. Commander Hong, you are too kind. Since we have come by invitation, we will do our best. As the leader of the Yuan sect, Zheng Hong spoke on behalf of the Yuan sect. The people from the other sects also replied politely. Seeing this, Hong Bin did not say anything more. He faced the army and shouted, "Let's go." Chapter 137. Lion-Tiger Plains. Ox Demon Cave. A huge green ox was sleeping soundly in the cave. During this period of time, Ox Demon Lord was at his most comfortable. There were no strange people to disturb him. There were no demon disasters to threaten him. Even the neighboring Cold Mountain stronghold had transformed into a sect, and that stronghold Master Qin had become a top-notch expert at the Domain Lord level. Before this, Ox Demon Lord was still worried that Cold Mountain stronghold would swallow Ox Demon Cave and seize the entire Lion-Tiger Plains. But now, he was not worried at all. If it was against Cold Mountain stronghold, Ox Demon Cave could still struggle. Against Yuan Zhong, Ox Demon Lord shifted his body to a more comfortable position and continued to sleep. Why was he thinking about this? Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, he could increase his strength by sleeping. At this moment, the Ox Demon Commander abruptly woke up from his deep slumber, his bell-sized eyes showing a look of panic. What a powerful aura! A true martial realm expert. At this moment, in his perception, he could sense that there was an aura on the Lion-Tiger Plain that made people tremble from afar. Suddenly, the Ox Demon Commander seemed to have sensed some familiarity from this powerful aura. Instantly, her bell-like eyes were filled with shock, but there was also a hint of doubt. Soon, he did not know what Ox Demon Lord was thinking about. His huge body trembled and transformed into a tall and sturdy person. Then, he walked out of Ox Demon Cave. According to the source of the aura, Ox Demon Lord immediately rushed in a certain direction. He had no choice. He was really worried that some ignorant beast would provoke the other party. If a true martial realm expert was angered, his little Ox Demon Cave would not be able to handle it. On the other side, Qin Shujian walked on the Lion-Tiger Plains. The aura of a true martial realm expert spread out, causing all the beasts who sensed this aura to flee with their tails between their legs. He walked neither slowly nor quickly, as if he was taking a normal stroll. From the moment he entered the Lion-Tiger Plains, Qin Shujian already knew that Ox Demon Lord would definitely sense his arrival. According to his estimation, it was almost time for the other party to arrive. As expected, in less than a few minutes, a powerful aura rose from afar. Then, he saw a tall and sturdy man with two horns on his head dashing over. Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks, and a light flashed in his eyes. Name, Neodala title, None identity, Ox Demon Lord affiliation, Ox Demon Cave faction level 1 realm, 10th stage of the basic realm, within the range of the Demon Ox Cave, realm +1, Neodali. Qin Shujian's mouth twitched. He had never expected this. Ox Demon Lord's real name was actually so straightforward. At this moment, Neodali, no, it should be Ox Demon Lord, had already arrived in front of Qin Shujian. A fawning smile appeared on his face as he said, Sovereign Qin, what brings you here to my Lion-Tiger Plains? If you had told me in advance, I would have sent someone to welcome you. It's not too late now. Isn't it too late? Does Sovereign Qin not want to come with me to the Ox Demon Cave for a visit? Ox Demon Lord probed. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, No, I'm here for only one thing. Sovereign Qin, please speak clearly. This mere ordinary realm has already been upgraded to the true dominion, and the 10th stage of the basic realm is no longer the peak. The Lion-Tiger Plains is vast and bountiful, and will definitely attract covetous eyes. What does the Overlord think? Aren't you the one who covets the Lion-Tiger Plains? The Ox Demon Commander secretly ridiculed. However, these words, he didn't dare to say it directly. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be slapped to death. Therefore, Ox Demon Lord nodded his head in agreement and said, Sovereign Qin is right. I have been troubled by this matter all this while, but I couldn't think of a solution. The moment Sect Master Qin came, Old Bull suddenly thought of a way to satisfy both sides. Let's hear it. Everyone in the Liang Mountain True Dominion knows of the Origin sect and Sovereign Qin's reputation. If the Ox Demon Cave is protected by your sect, naturally, no one will dare to disturb it. As a reward, I am willing to offer 3,000 taels of silver worth of spirit herbs to your sect every year. At this point, the Ox Demon Commander rubbed his hands, looking somewhat nervous. "What do you think, Sovereign Qin?" Upon hearing that, Qin Shujian didn't reply immediately. Instead, he looked at Ox Demon Lord quietly. The atmosphere was silent. This made the Ox Demon commander's forehead drip with sweat. A moment later, Qin Shujian shifted his gaze and smiled. "The Ox Demon Cave is also a part of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. I don't want to see any outsiders encroaching on the Lion-Tiger Plains in the future. Since the Overlord has already thought it through, let's do as you say." "Phew." The Ox Demon Horde Lord let out a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "This old ox must thank Sect Head Qin." "You don't have to thank me. When are you going to give me this year's tribute?" Don't worry, Sovereign Qin. I will send it to the Origin Sect tomorrow." "Alright, I'll take my leave first." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He didn't say anything more to Ox Demon Lord and turned to leave. This time, he came to the Lion-Tiger Plains. If Ox Demon Lord didn't know what was good for him, he would destroy the Ox Demon Cave and take it into the Origin Sect. However, since Ox Demon Lord knew what was good for him, he didn't have to do anything. The Lion-Tiger Plains was much bigger than the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, there were many ferocious and mutated beasts there. No one would build a village there and settle down. After all, wild beasts surrounded it and it was too dangerous. Therefore, if he took over the Lion-Tiger Plains, the Origin Sect would just have an additional piece of plains. They didn't raise cows or horses. Even though there were some spirit herbs, they would need to spend time to find them. Therefore, it was useless to take them over. On the contrary, the Ox Demon Cave's annual tribute of 3,000 taels was more practical. If one wasn't in charge, they wouldn't know the cost of daily necessities. Qin Shujian was under a lot of pressure now. Although there were thousands of people in the Origin Sect, they weren't involved in production. They were all waiting for food to eat. If he didn't think of a way to get more income, it wouldn't be long before such a huge sect would fall apart because of the food crisis. It might even fall to the point of robbing people. Now, Qin Shujian had successfully washed his name. He wasn't too interested in robbing people anymore. Now that he came to the Lion-Tiger Plains and gave the Origin Sect a long-term stable income, Qin Shujian felt pretty good. On the other side, Ox Demon Lord waited until Qin Shujian left before realizing that his body was drenched in sweat. A warrior of the true martial realm. And a domain lord. Standing in front of such a person, the pressure was too great. If one wasn't good, Martial Realm Stage 10 was just a matter of a slap. Now that he had used 3,000 taels of silver to exchange for safety, Ox Demon Lord calmed down instead. Actually, what the other party had said made sense. In the True Dominion, Martial Realm 10 Stage 10 was considered average but definitely not an expert. The Lion-Tiger Plains was vast. There were spirit treasures and spirit herbs there. It was possible that a true Martial Realm expert would take a fancy to it. How could he, a lord at the Martial Realm 10 Stage 10 and a bunch of weaker beast clans contend with those experts? Rather than having someone come knocking on their door, it was better to take the opportunity to lean towards the Origin Sect. At least they had cooperated before. As long as he showed his sincerity, the other party wouldn't turn hostile. After standing on the spot for a while, Ox Demon Lord returned to the Ox Demon Cave. He had to prepare the tribute and send it to the Origin Sect immediately. After leaving the Lion-Tiger Plains, Qin Shujian didn't return to the Origin Sect. Instead, he headed to other territories. There were a few territories in the Liang Mountain True Dominion now. The Liang Mountain and the Messy Stone Forest were already under the Origin Sect's control. The Lion-Tiger Plains of the Ox Demon Cave had also submitted. As for the Shining Plains where the Shining Rebel Army was, no power had entered yet. The Undying Plains were already a dangerous place. The demon beasts in the Endless Mountain Range were incomparable to those in the Lion-Tiger Plains. He couldn't attack there for the time being. As for Feye City, the Imperial Court building a city there represented the will of the Great Zhao Nation. Unless the Origin Sect wanted to rebel. Or else, Feye City definitely couldn't be touched. After thinking about it, Only the Shining Plains have a chance to enter the Origin sect's sphere of influence. Qin Shujian thought about this and immediately headed towards the Shining Plains. The rebel army had been wreaking havoc there for a long time. He wasn't sure how the Shining Plains was like now. He stepped into the Shining Plains. There was no power overseeing this area. Naturally, there was no warning. Not long after he stepped in, Qin Shujian met players. A few players were fighting with a pack of over 10 wolves. The players were quite strong. They were around the 6th or 7th stage of the martial realm. On the other hand, although the wolves looked big, they were at most at the 3rd stage of the martial realm. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were still no match for the players. Qin Shujian noticed the players. The players also noticed him. When the players saw the other party's appearance clearly, they were all shocked. Then, without thinking, they quickly retreated. Liangshan's stronghold head. Compared to the Origin sect head, the players were more used to calling Qin Shujian the Liangshan stronghold head. There was no other meaning. This name was too loud and too deep in people's hearts. While running, the players couldn't help but have all kinds of guesses. Why did this big shot come over? Could it be that after the Origin sect was created, he still didn't wash his hands of the gold basin and planned to kill the players in the Shining Plains? When they thought about this possibility, all of them were shocked to the core. The Liangshan stronghold head, who was only at the basic realm, could already wipe out a village. No players could go against him. Now, he had become a true martial realm boss. With the strength of the novice village, even if all the players gathered together, they wouldn't be a match for him. Looking at the players who were running away quickly, Qin Shujian was speechless. In the end, he shook his head and didn't chase after them. Even if he killed these players, they wouldn't be able to provide him with a source of life. Moreover, he had just discovered a new way to harvest players. These players in the Shining Plains were very likely to be the next targets for the Origin sect. Therefore, he would just leave them be for now. Qin Shujian moved his feet. He didn't change his direction and continued walking in the Shining Plains. On the other side, the news of the Liangshan stronghold head's appearance had already caused an uproar in the novice village. Many players were guessing whether or not the Origin sect head was going to attack the novice village. There were even some players, they were already thinking of a way out for themselves. Chapter 138. In the Divine Flower Ordinary Realm. Big Brother, the great Zhao nation has already sent people to encircle us. Should we retreat? Escape? Lin Shixiang, who was wearing armor and still had the aura of a general, shook his head and laughed. He said self-mockingly, the great Zhao nation has billions of territories. Where can we escape to? Now, they were labeled as rebels. They were being chased around by the great Zhao nation. They had already temporarily established a foundation in the Star Brilliance Ordinary Realm. However, Lin Shixiang had not expected that. Suddenly, someone had broken the shackles of the Ordinary Realm and turned it into a true dominion. The true dominion. This meant that the 10th level of the true martial realm was the peak. Given their current strength, they would definitely die if they faced a large number of true martial realm enemies. Therefore, Lin Shixiang had no choice but to lead his men out of the Liang Mountain True Dominion and enter the Divine Flower Ordinary Realm. We are only a small problem in the eyes of the great Zhao nation. If they are determined to take action, how do you think we should escape? As soon as he finished speaking, the few people in the military tent fell silent. Although they had a lot of momentum now, compared to the power of the great Zhao nation, it was like heaven and earth. The other party only needed to move a finger, they could easily crush them into smithereens. Lin Shixiang tilted his head and looked at the main seat. There was a child who was already sleeping soundly. He sighed and said, "It doesn't matter if we die, but the king's heirs cannot be severed." At this point, he shifted his gaze and looked at one of the generals. "Cheng Zhong, take the crown prince and leave first. In the future, conceal your identity and secretly accumulate strength to wait for an opportunity." Big Brother. Cheng Zhong looked anxious. Lin Shixiang waved his hand to stop him and said in a low voice, "That person doesn't have much time left. The great Zhao nation will definitely be in chaos in less than 30 years. Then, we will have a chance to rise again. Now that we are too big of a target, they will not stop until they exterminate us. The most important thing now is to preserve the king's bloodline. As long as the bloodline is not severed, the sacrifices of our brothers will not be in vain. Why don't we let someone else do this? I will stay. Shut up. Lin Shixiang was furious as he shouted sternly. The crown prince cannot be lost. You are the most suitable. This is a military order. Do you want to go against it? Your humble servant obeys. Cheng Zhong's face contorted with internal struggle. Finally, he took a deep breath and bowed. Seeing this, only then did Lin Shixiang's expression soften. He continued, the crown prince's matter is of great importance. Other than us, don't let anyone else know. We understand. Where is the great Zhao army now? According to the spies, they have already entered the divine flower ordinary realm. They will reach the city in at most 1 day. 1 day. Lin Shixiang also took a deep breath. There wasn't much fear on his face as he calmly asked, who are the leaders? Hong Bin from Feiya City and Cao Ku from Bingjiang City. Only these two? Lin Shixiang was slightly stunned. He had interacted with Feiya City before. Back in the Xining Plains, Zhong Baicheng had attempted to exterminate them in order to make a contribution. The result was needless to say. Ever since then, Feiya City feared them like snakes and scorpions. As for Bingjiang City, it was located in the Shenhua Ordinary Realm and was one of the 3,600 cities in the Baiyun Prefecture of the Great Zhao Nation. When they entered the Divine Flower Ordinary Realm, the Bingjiang City Lord didn't even dare to open the city gates and let them pass. Now, the other party had the guts to send out troops. On the other side, the two armies had already converged. Feiya City led by Hong Bin and Bingjiang City led by Cao Ku. After the two armies converged, there were more than 20,000 of them. Feiya City had 6,000 of them. As for Bingjiang City, they had a total of 14,000 of them. It could be said that they had already used up all of their military strength. Cao Ku looked at the army behind her, as well as the experts of the various sects following her. She was very confident. This time, we will definitely exterminate all of those rebels and return peace to the people. They can't escape. Hong Bin was also calm and composed. The more people there were, the more confidence there was. This was the current situation. However, the 20,000 army didn't include the experts of the various sects and the player camp. This time, Feiya City had also recruited players. So did Bingjiang City. In addition to Yuan Sect's player group, the three sides added up to thousands of people. The three player camps. All of them separated. After all, for this kind of mission, one more player meant one more competitor. Should we first think of a way to exclude the other players? Otherwise, if they secretly hinder us and steal our kills, it will be quite troublesome. In Yuan Sect's camp, a player whispered. Hearing this, the rest of the people at the side also looked at the other two camps from time to time. Coincidentally, the other side did the same. Miao Yuqing frowned and felt some pressure in her heart. Although they didn't know how many rebels there were this time, it was inevitable that many players would steal their kills. One rebel is worth at least one contribution point. Until now, we haven't had the chance to enter the library. This is a rare opportunity. That's right. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple can we learn the complete Yuan Codex's martial arts chapter. If we were to obediently do those miscellaneous sect missions, it would be impossible. To become an inner sect disciple from an outer sect disciple, 500 contribution points was simply despairing. Building a village was tiring, but it only gave him a few contribution points. Now that there was finally a large-scale mission, killing a rebel would give them 1 contribution point. In comparison, it was needless to say which one was more worth it. Are there any brothers who have fought with the Xining rebels or players who were originally in the Xining Plains? Tell us about the strength of the rebels. A player asked. In Yuan Sect, there were all sorts of players. But without a doubt, as a novice village in the Xining Plains that was close to Liang Mountain, there would definitely be players who joined Yuan Sect. As expected. The moment he said that, there were players who responded. I know. Soon after, in Yuan Sect's camp, there was another round of discussion. Elder, can we move freely? Suddenly, a few players came up and asked. Fu Gang frowned, but soon relaxed and said, moving freely is not a problem, but don't mess up the important matters. Otherwise, you know the consequences. We understand. The few players replied respectfully. Soon after, there were players who quietly left the camp. On the other side, in the other two camps, there were also some players who left the camp on their own accord, no longer following the main group. Stop. In a long and narrow valley, Hong Bin suddenly shouted. Not long after, the army stopped. Cao Ku said in a deep voice, this place is surrounded by mountains. Only the valley in front of us can allow the army to pass through. According to accurate information, the rebels are entrenched there. Hong Bin nodded, then turned his head and said, take some people up there and check if there are any ambushes. Yes, sir. That person immediately called out, and took dozens of people to climb up from the left and right sides to check the situation. Hong Bin and the others stood where they were without moving. The valley in front of them was long and narrow, and there were mountains and forests on both sides. If the rebels were lying in ambush on both sides, and waited for the army to enter the valley before attacking, then they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Hong Bin understood this. Cao Ku naturally understood as well. So when the other side sent people up to check, he did not stop them. About half an hour later, on both sides of the valley, there were flags waving. With the eyesight of martial arts stage 10, he could naturally see that the flags were not his own people. Let's go. Hong Bin waved his hand and said. Soon after, the army, one in front and one behind, passed through the valley like a long snake. When they entered the valley, the experts from all sides were constantly paying attention to the changes in their surroundings, in case there was any unpredictable danger. Hong Bin and Cao Ku had grave expressions on their faces. Even if there were people up there checking. But the steep cliffs on both sides still gave them a lot of pressure. Clang, clang. Occasionally, small stones would fall down, which was especially ear-piercing in the valley. As time went by, more than half of the army had entered the valley. Hong Bin looked at the gradually widening field of vision in front of him, and the pressure in his heart dissipated. However, boom, boom. A huge sound came from both sides of the cliffs, and then they saw flames soaring into the sky. Countless stones exploded and fell down the valley like dense raindrops. At this moment, the entire valley seemed to be trembling. The people who were originally checking on the cliffs could not stand still, and directly fell from above. Explosives. Hong Bin roared in anger. Looking at the falling stones, he directly jumped up from his horse. His long spear carried a fierce wind, and directly exploded the stones in the air. Explosives. At this moment, Hong Bin was both shocked and angry. He had never expected the rebels would bury explosives in the middle of the cliffs. When they entered the valley, they detonated the explosives, trying to bury all 20,000 of his army here. Hong Bin did not need to say more. The experts of the various sects were also shocked and angry. Looking at the falling stones, they all attacked at the same time. They jumped up in the air and exploded the stones falling from above. Experts of the real martial realm, even if they were suppressed to the 10th level of the basic martial realm, they could not be compared to ordinary 10th level of the basic martial realm. The strength of the body's qi and blood. Even if they were suppressed, they had reached the boundary of the transcendent realm. Not to mention, after their true essence was shackled, they could still turn it into true qi to attack. With the combination of the two, exploding the stones was not a troublesome thing. However, the valley was really too long. Although there were many experts of the various sects, they still could not cover everything. At this moment, the stones rolled down, smashing the large army into a mess, and many people were directly smashed into meat paste. At this moment for the players, this was a completely unexpected change. There was no distinction between friend and foe in the stones, only the strong and the weak. Now most of the players were above the 5th level of the basic martial realm, and a few had even reached the 7th or 8th level of the basic martial realm. Facing this sudden change, it was not that there was no way at all, but not everyone could escape unscathed. In an instant, some unlucky players were directly smashed until they vomited blood and turned into white light to revive. Chapter 139. At the entrance of the valley. Some of the soldiers who were about to enter were at a loss when they saw the sudden change. No one had expected that something like this would happen. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, a dense rain of arrows shot from the surrounding forest. Ah! Many soldiers who were not in range were attacked by the arrows and screamed in pain. There's a sneak attack. Find cover. Archers, counterattack. A general panicked and immediately gave the order. Suddenly, the soldiers who reacted looked for cover or raised their shields to block the arrows. As for the archers, they drew their bows and shot toward the dense forest in all directions. Even if they did not see the enemy, they did not need to look for the enemy. As long as the arrows came from any direction, they would shoot back. The arrows entered the forest. Screams were heard. The rain of arrows in the dense forest seemed to have weakened a lot. At this moment, shouts of killing were heard from all directions. A large number of rebel soldiers came out of the forest. Gather the troops and fight. At this moment, the army was much calmer. Looking at the rebel soldiers who were rushing toward them from all directions, the remaining soldiers gathered the scattered formation under the command of the general and rushed toward the rebel soldiers. Boom! An expert from a sect directly came out of the crowd and slapped the air. The illusory palm print exploded with terrifying power. At the same time, there were also experts among the rebel soldiers. The long saber was fierce and directly scattered the palm print. In the blink of an eye, the two sides fought together. The movement at the entrance of the valley naturally could not be hidden from Hong Bin and the others. However, the falling stones had divided the valley into two. It wouldn't be easy for them to turn back and provide support before clearing the rubble. Therefore, when Cao Ku's face was pale, Hong Bin made a decision and said fiercely, "Everyone, follow me and rush out." Since there was no turning back, then there was no turning back. In an instant, everyone rushed toward the exit of the valley under Hong Bin's command. However, when they were about to come out of the valley, sharp arrows were shot like dense raindrops. When they rushed out first, within a breath's time, he had become a hedgehog. Seeing this, Hong Bin was much calmer this time. There were ambushes in the middle of the valley and at the entrance, so it was natural that there would be an ambush at the exit as well. Shield bearers, open up a path. He immediately gave the order. Then, he turned to Fu Gang and the others and said, "Everyone, please lend us a hand." Of course, Fu Gang nodded with a solemn expression. It was also at this moment. The shield bearers walked step by step towards the exit. Although the arrows were fierce, most of them were blocked by the shields. Only a few arrows that passed through the gaps could cause damage. Look at this. Fu Gang and the others exchanged glances before following the shield bearers out of the canyon. When their field of vision widened, they saw a large number of rebel archers forming into a formation. Immediately, everyone unleashed their strongest strength, withstanding the oncoming rain of arrows, and charged forward. Although the arrows were powerful, unless the arrow was made of fine iron or the archer was an expert who could break through the defense of copper skin and iron bones, the rest of the arrows would not pose any threat to an expert of the 10th stage of the basic realm. It only took a few seconds. Fu Gang and the others had already charged through the rain of arrows. It was as if they felt threatened. The rain of arrows from the rebel camp suddenly weakened a lot. However, there were experts on the Imperial Court side, but there were also experts on the rebel camp side. When Fu Gang and the others charged in, immediately, the rebel army's experts appeared and intercepted them. At this moment, while the arrows were slowing down, the army also charged out of the valley. Hong Bin took the lead and directly knocked away the oncoming arrows. His accumulated anger finally erupted as he charged towards the rebel camp. At the same time, a burly figure rushed out from the rebel camp, and a fierce cold light burst out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Spear light flashed and the cold light was embellished. In less than 2 breaths of time, Hong Bin's warhorse knees suddenly went soft. He immediately became alert and got off the horse's back. He floated back more than 10 feet and stood firmly on the ground. Behind him, there were less than 8,000 remnants of the army. Lin Shixiang. Hong Bin, long time no see. Lin Shixiang waved his spear, a carefree smile on his face. He said in a heroic voice, "But seeing you today, you are still in such a sorry state. There are no capable people in the great Zhao Empire. Impudent, you, a rebel general, have the right to talk nonsense about the imperial court." Hong Bin was furious, but he did not immediately attack. In the exchange just now, in fact, he had already been defeated. If he had not retreated quickly enough, he would have been injured. However, there was a large army behind him and experts from various sects helping him. Hong Bin was not afraid of the other side. How many people could the rebel army have? At most 5,000, and they had split off a portion to deal with the army that had not entered the valley. This way. To be able to stand here. According to Hong Bin's estimates, there would not be more than 3,000. Lin Shixiang was not angry. He said, "You didn't even see my face and already lost thousands of soldiers. If the great Zhao Empire is filled with people like you, it is no wonder it has reached its current state." Lin Shixiang, that rebel Marquis Ifeng is already dead. You still dare to be so rampant. This day next year will be the day you die. Is trash like you worthy of being called a king? What kind of king is Marquis Ifeng? He is just a traitor who betrayed the great Zhao Empire. Now, his entire family has been destroyed. If you are smart and hand over the bastard child of Marquis Ifeng, I can still leave your corpse intact. I want to see who will live and who will die today. Lin Shixiang laughed in anger. He pointed with his spear and shouted, "I am the general of Great Feng, Lin Shixiang. Who dares to come forward and fight? Who dares to fight? Who dares to fight?" Behind him, the rebel army camp let out a strong voice. Fu Gang and the others who had been fighting with the experts of the rebel army temporarily split up and returned to their own camps. Cao Ku laughed coldly, "Why would I not dare?" But just as he finished speaking, he saw Hong Bin wave his hand to stop him. The other looked at the imposing Lin Shixiang and sneered, "Right now, I am stronger than you in both numbers and experts. What do you think I have to fight you alone?" Immediately after, his expression turned solemn. "Everyone, listen to my orders. Kill all the rebels. After this, I will naturally reward everyone. The chance to be promoted and become rich is right in front of you. Kill, kill, kill." The army immediately rushed forward like thunder. A trace of regret flashed across Lin Shixiang's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He also commanded his men to kill. Subsequently, he suddenly burst out from his original position. His spear pierced through the air and was already charging toward Hong Bin. This spear. The murderous aura was intimidating. Hong Bin's expression changed, but he did not retreat. He immediately raised his spear to meet the attack. Bang! The two spears collided. Hong Bin was shaken and retreated. Lin Shixiang's spear danced. In an instant, 18 spear flowers bloomed. His killing intent had already emerged. "Commander Hong, let me help you." Cao Ku immediately stepped forward. The long saber at his waist was unsheathed and slashed out with a fierce wind. The moment the long saber slashed, a spear accurately pierced the blade. The violent wind spread and Cao Ku's hand, which was holding the saber, was suddenly shattered. On the other side, Hong Bin had already charged over. Lin Shixiang with a spear in his hand was like the reincarnation of the god of war. In less than 10 moves, he forced the two of them to retreat again and again. They only had the ability to parry. "I'll help you." The sharp saber light slashed out. Seng Hong directly charged into the battle circle. He was at LV1 of the genuine martial realm, but now he could only exert the power of LV10 of the martial realm. "You're overestimating yourself." Lin Shixiang was not afraid. The spear in his hand was superb. Every move was a killing means. Even if he was fighting against 3 people, he still had the upper hand. In this regard, Hong Bin's face was also very ugly. He knew that Lin Shixiang, as the general of Marquis Ifeng, was an expert above LV7 of the genuine martial realm. If it was outside the ordinary realm, he would definitely run as far as he could when he saw him. But this was the ordinary realm. Experts above LV7 of the genuine martial realm were only at LV10 of the basic martial realm. But even so, Lin Shixiang's strength was still shocking. Not only Hong Bin, even Seng Hong was quite shocked in his heart. Since he broke through to the genuine martial realm, this was the first time he fought with someone in the ordinary realm. He thought that there were not many people who could be his opponent. But in the first encounter, he encountered such a strong enemy. On the battlefield, all sides were fighting non-stop. The players in the 3 camps were also trying their best to kill the enemy. At this time, the players of Yuan sect had already tangled with a centurion of the rebel army. LV10 of the basic martial realm. It was equivalent to a boss at this stage. A boss of LV10 of the basic martial realm. According to the mission, killing it will definitely give us a lot of contribution point. Liu Dazhong's face was full of excitement as he kept attacking the centurion. At the same time, there were still more than 10 players who were launching fierce attacks. Although at this stage the players who had changed their cultivation method stopped at LV5 of the basic martial realm, the 3 additional characteristics of Yuan Dian made their strength surge. Although they were only at LV5 of the basic martial realm. But if they really counted, their combined strength was definitely at LV6 of the basic martial realm. Even compared to LV7, there was not much difference. This kind of strength, breaking the defense, was no longer a problem. For the players, as long as they could break the defense, there was no boss that they could not defeat. Of course, not all players aimed at such a boss to attack. There were other players who chose to attack those small soldiers. The 2-foot-long short sword stabbed out. A rebel soldier was caught off guard and his throat was directly pierced. He fell to the ground powerlessly. 2. Liu Bai silently counted a number in his heart and then continued to move towards the next target. He was lucky enough to obtain a high-grade footwork technique and even raised it to a relatively high level. This allowed him to have a speed that far exceeded those of the same level. In addition, he only attacked the rebel soldiers who were fighting with the large army of the imperial court and exposed the openings behind them. Naturally, he was able to find them accurately. Chapter 140. One person's head. It was worth at least 1 contribution point. Not to mention, it also gave a good amount of experience. As for those who had their heads stolen, they didn't mind at all. After all, there was no benefit for NPCs to kill other NPCs. Instead of fighting bitterly, it was better to have someone to help. Liu Bai was still wandering around the battlefield. Every time he used his short sword, he would gain 1 contribution point. He knew very well, if he went to assassinate a decanter or centurion, he would most likely lose his life. With his current 5th tier of the basic martial realm, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to die and come back. However, it would be a great loss if he couldn't participate in the mission at hand because of this. When the 11th rebel was harvested, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The strong fighters in the rebel camp finally noticed the person who had done all this behind the scenes. Immediately, an expert of the 10th tier of the basic martial realm attacked. Feeling the fierce wind, Liu Bai's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, he used his life-saving footwork and slipped away like a loach. The source of life has increased a lot. In the true domain of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian looked at the pulsing source of life and raised his eyebrows. From half a day ago until now, his source of life had increased to more than 10,000. This meant that the battle to eliminate the rebel army was more intense than he had imagined. With a thought, 8,000 sources of life were consumed. Yuan Dian was deduced from the 13th tier to the 14th tier. 14th tier of Yuan Dian, middle grade true rank, 13th tier of life extension, 9th tier of indestructible body, 8th tier of star-shattering vital essence, first tier of internal energy. At the same time, Qin Shujian found that the vital essence in his dantian had increased again. Then, a wonderful change occurred. A layer of invisible gang qi covered his entire body and protected him. A sense of enlightenment welled up in his heart. Fourth tier of the true martial realm, internal energy. If the first 3 tiers were purely about cultivating the total amount of vital essence, then from the 4th tier onward, it would be vital essence transforming into gang qi. His gang qi protected his body like a layer of unbreakable, unparalleled armor. The 4th tier of the true martial realm is the same as the 7th tier of the basic martial realm. However, the difference is that the basic martial realm starts to have strong defense from the 7th tier onward. The true martial realm starts at the 4th tier. Qin Shujian felt the changes in his gang qi and had a deeper understanding of the 4th tier of the martial realm. Subsequently, he looked at his surroundings. This was the Shining Plains. It was different from what he had expected, a place that had been ravaged by the rebel army. This place was almost the same as the other places, and there was no sign of the rebel army's rampage. Shining rebels. Qin Shujian muttered the name. Subsequently, he discarded the thought in his mind. The origin of the Shining rebel army was not important to him or origin ancestor. Right now, Great Zhao was the orthodox one. If the origin sect wanted to develop steadily in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, it would be sufficient if they had a good relationship with the Great Zhao. However, it was the same for the Chengyun Trading Company. Now, Qin Shujian was even more certain that the Great Zhao faction was behind the Chengyun Trading Company. Boom! A terrifying power erupted. A sect cultivator was sent flying. Immediately after, a long rainbow pierced through the sky, causing blood to splatter all over the ground. Immediately after, the saber light trembled, and the spear power was astonishingly swift. All the attacks were unleashed at this moment. Humph! Lin Shixiang groaned and retreated a few steps. Many wounds had appeared on his body, and blood had dyed half of his clothes red. Even so, he did not show any signs of retreating, and his attacks were still swift and fierce. On the other side, Hong Bin and the others were not having a good time either. 7 people had surrounded Lin Shixiang, but 2 of them had died, and the remaining 5 were all injured. The strength of this rebel army general was enough to shock everyone. However, the situation of the rebel army was not optimistic. Lin Shixiang was the only strong one. However, the strength of the other rebel army was not as strong as the imperial army. Since the start of the battle, both sides had suffered heavy losses. However, if one were to seriously calculate, the rebel army still suffered more losses. Big brother, I'll take my leave first. A tragic roar could be heard. A rebel army general dragged his heavily injured body, and even though a long saber had pierced his body, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he launched a fatal attack toward another person. That person's face was full of shock. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, dark red flowers bloomed. Both of them fell to the ground, dead. Fifth brother, Lin Shixiang roared, his voice filled with grief. Even though he had expected such an outcome. But when a brother really died in front of him, he still felt heartache. The Great Zhao is muddlehead and tyrannical. Today, you can kill me, Lin Shixiang. In the future, there will definitely be people who will rise up and overthrow it. Lin Shixiang turned his grief into anger, and his attacks became fiercer than before. Hong Bin also said angrily, "You're about to die and you still dare to spread lies. Ha ha ha. Even if I die today, I won't let you have an easy time." Lin Shixiang seemed to have broken through some kind of restriction. His aura suddenly soared, directly touching the critical point of the ordinary realm. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Not good. He's going to go all out. Hong Bin's expression changed when he saw the change in front of him. Although the ordinary realm's shackles suppressed a person's realm to the 10th stage of the basic realm, it did not mean that they could not go beyond it. This was because, once this limit was exceeded, it would attract the wrath of the heavens. The thunder in the sky now foretold such a thing. Boom! A spear swept out with the power of death. Cao Ku's soul almost left his body. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was blown apart by the violent power. Then, the power of the attack did not stop and enveloped several people. Whether it was Hong Bin, Fu Gang, or the others, before the spear completely reached them, they had already coughed up blood and retreated. They looked at the terrifying spear as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper. Catcher, the thunder in the sky suddenly struck down. Just as the astral spear was about to kill everyone, it was suddenly destroyed by the lightning. Then, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Shixiang within. Looking at the thunder in the sky, the thick sense of death had completely enveloped his mind. I'm not willing. He was so close to killing Hong Bin and the others, but the wrath of the heavens came so quickly that Lin Shixiang's plan fell through. The wrath of the heavens was not something that could be compared to breaking through the ordinary realm's shackles. This was the condemnation of the heavens. It was a disaster. Even if it was an expert at the peak of the genuine martial realm, facing the wrath of the heavens, there was only death. It only took a moment. The thunder disappeared. There was only a deep hole left in the ground, and there were still thunderbolts lingering on it that had not dissipated. As for Lin Shixiang's figure, it was completely gone. He was reduced to ashes. Under the wrath of the heavens, the genuine martial realm could only be reduced to ashes. Fu Gang's hand holding the saber trembled a little. Looking at the deep hole caused by the thunder, even he felt the threat of death at that moment. Gulp. Many people on the battlefield were shocked by this sudden scene. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Hong Bin's mind was still trembling, but he forced himself to calm down and shouted, Lin Shixiang is dead. You are not the main culprits of the rebellion. If you surrender with your weapons, you will be dealt with lightly. Otherwise, there's only death waiting for you. His voice covered the entire battlefield. After a moment of silence, the rebels threw down their weapons one after another. If Lin Shixiang was still here, they might have followed the rebels and fought to the death. But Lin Shixiang had died from the wrath of the heavens. The qi that had been supporting them had dissipated. If they continued to fight, they would only die. After the qi in their hearts dissipated, they finally came to their senses. They did not want to die. But a rebel who had just thrown down his weapon was killed by a saber before he could react. Wu Qing was covered in blood. He looked at the other rebels and shouted angrily, "Stop looking. You are soldiers of the Great Foam Kingdom. The people of the Great Foam Kingdom have never surrendered. Do you think you are worthy of the king and the general by doing this?" His words. Immediately, some of the rebels hesitated. But before Wu Qing could say too much, the experts of the Great Zhao Kingdom had already attacked. A total of more than a dozen experts of the 10th level of the martial realm joined forces and killed him in just a few breaths. Not to mention that Wu Qing was now seriously injured. Even if he was in perfect condition, he would not be able to stop so many experts. A head fell to the ground. The eyes were still wide open, as if they were staring at Hong Bin and the others. Those who surrender will not be killed. Hong Bin shouted again. This time. Finally, no one stepped forward. Because those who had stepped forward were all dead. The rebels threw down their weapons one after another and chose to surrender. Hong Bin immediately ordered, "Go and take their weapons. Then clean up the battlefield and take away all the people and things." On the other side, in a silent mountain forest, more than a dozen players wearing the rebel army's uniform were crawling there, as if they had merged with the surroundings. How long do we have to wait? Why haven't the rebels come yet? Don't worry. If the rebels flee, this is definitely the only way out. As long as we wait here and wait for the rebels to come, we will be able to gain a lot of contribution points, Liu Dazhong said with a smile. They were surrounded by mountains on all sides. Between the mountains, there was almost no gap. Only the canyon in front of them could allow them to quickly retreat. It was also the most likely escape route that the rebels would take. Don't forget that we just killed more than a dozen rebels guarding here. There are also explosives around. It is obvious that the rebels are preparing to retreat. According to Liu Dazhong's estimation, if the rebels were to flee, They would probably escape from here and then blow up the canyon to stop the Imperial Court's army from chasing them. Now, he had occupied this place. Then, when the rebels fled here and detonated the explosives, he would be able to gain a lot of experience and contribution points. This was also the humane part of the game. There was no need to personally kill NPCs to gain experience. As long as the system determined the cause and effect, he would be able to get the reward. Looking at Liu Dazhong's confident expression, the other players also calmed down. They went around the army, climbed mountains, and waded through rivers to reach this place. Wasn't it all for experience and contribution points? As long as they could achieve their goal, it didn't matter if they waited. Chapter 141. Outer Disciple Liu Bai, variant human, has successfully advanced to Inner Disciple. Outer Disciple Lin Quanyong, variant human, has successfully advanced to Inner Disciple. Outer Disciple Wang Ju, variant human, has successfully advanced to Inner Disciple. 3 system messages. This meant that 3 players had been promoted to Inner Disciple. Inside Yuan sect, Qin Shujian was also slightly stunned. To be honest, he was really surprised that a player could be promoted to Inner Disciple so quickly. At this moment, originally, there were only 2,000 plus life force left, but now it had broken through 5 digits and reached 15,000 points. 15,000 points. Other than the Black Tiger Saber technique, which had no movement, the rest of the cultivation techniques and martial arts showed a plus sign. However, Qin Shujian did not immediately level up. His gaze lingered on Yuan Dian, Ming King Prison Breaking Saber, and the last 5 elements 8 trigram steps. There was no need to mention the first 2 cultivation techniques and martial arts. Yuan Dian directly increased his strength. As a mid-grade true rank martial art, the Ming King Prison Breaking Saber would definitely be even more powerful if it was raised by another level. As for the last 5 elements 8 trigram steps, this was actually the most difficult choice for Qin Shujian. He did not forget. After becoming one with the world, it was the level of entering the Tao. There was no need to say what benefits the Black Tiger Saber technique brought him. If the 5 elements 8 trigram steps also reached the Tao, it would definitely bring about a huge change. A moment later. Forget it, in the end, the realm is the foundation of everything. Any martial arts is just a supplementary effect. Qin Shujian sighed and decided not to dwell on it any longer. 10,000 life force disappeared. Yuan Dian directly deduced to the 15th level. It was also the 5th level of the true martial arts. 15th level of Yuan Dian, mid-grade true rank level 15 life extension, level 11 indestructible body, level 10 true essence, level 2 internal supreme force. All other characteristics increased by 2 levels. Only the internal supreme force only increased by 1 level. Qin Shujian felt the surge of true essence in his body, as well as the tougher internal supreme force, and a smile appeared on his face. He realized for the first time, establishing the Yuan sect was the right thing to do. It couldn't be any more right. He strolled around leisurely. He directly harvested more than 20,000 points of life force, and his realm increased by 2 levels. Looking at the remaining 5,000 life force, without much hesitation, Qin Shujian directly upgraded the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber. 3,000 life sources disappeared. In the end, he got the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber, which was at the perfection stage. Strength. It had grown by quite a bit again. After Qin Shujian adapted to his increased strength, he went outside. Greetings, sect leader. Disciple greets sect master. From time to time, disciples would stop to greet him. Sect master, why are you here? Zheng Fang was writing something in the newly built martial arts hall. When he saw Qin Shujian arrive, he immediately stood up. Qin Shujian looked at the empty drill hall and asked, "How are the preparations going?" "It's almost done. I just need to find a few more deacons who have a deeper understanding of martial arts. Then, I can directly teach them to the disciples." Zheng Fang stroked his short beard. There was a faint smile on his face. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Qin Shujian nodded to himself. It was impossible for any sect to allow their disciples to practice martial arts on their own. It was inevitable that the elders or deacons in the sect would regularly explain some difficult cultivation problems to the disciples. Preaching, receiving, and dispelling doubts. Zheng Fang was the most familiar with this. Therefore, Qin Shujian directly asked people to build a place and copied the name of the drill hall. If the establishment of the sect was too hasty before, then now, Qin Shujian was constantly perfecting this sect system so that it could attract more people and cultivate more experts in the sect. After tasting the sweetness of the life source provided by the people under him, he knew it was really useless to fight alone. If there was a sect to support him, then his realm would definitely soar rapidly. When the time came, players and whatnot were just small problems. Qin Shujian casually found a place to sit down and said with a faint smile, "What does the elder plan to do?" "Sect master, do you have any advice for me?" Zheng Fang asked in return. "Ha ha. Since you are the elder, you are fully in charge of these matters. Sect master, if you have any suggestions, why don't you let me hear them? Let's talk about it later." Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. Then, he chatted with Zheng Fang for a while. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Elder Zheng, what do you think the origin sect should do now?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Fang's expression turned serious as he stopped what he was doing. After pondering for a while, he said, "The origin sect's strength is top-notch in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. However, it is still slightly inferior compared to all the sects in the true dominion." On this point, Qin Shujian was also aware of this. After all, the origin sect had just been established. Other than him, who appeared to be a peak true martial realm sect master but was actually a 5th stage true martial realm sect master, there were only a few elders at the 1st or 2nd stage of the true martial realm. No one in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain could contend with such strength. However, the origin sect could only be considered at the bottom among all the sects. Zheng Fang was already being very tactful when he said that it was slightly inferior. "In my opinion, the true dominion of the Liang Mountain is not small. It will still be of great help to the development of the origin sect. Therefore, the origin sect should prioritize stability for now. We will think about other things in the future." Elder Zheng's thoughts coincide with mine. Qin Shujian nodded his head in agreement. After chatting for a while, he stood up and left. Along the way, Qin Shujian thought about many things. Almost every sect in the true dominion had gone through hundreds of years of consolidation before they had their current foundation. An old sect like the Blue Cloud sect had been around for hundreds of years. Compared to these sects, the origin sect was no different from a newborn child. If they wanted to run, they needed time to learn how to walk. The first thing that came to Qin Shujian's mind was to raise the strength of the NPCs in the sect quickly. If one had to talk about the advantages of NPCs, they should be able to increase their strength quickly by killing players. However, there were restrictions when NPCs killed players. They could not kill players whose cultivation level was lower than 3 levels. Based on his experience in the Shining Plane, there were not many players who were at the 8th level of the basic martial arts realm. The effect of NPCs on the true martial realm elders was close to nil. Furthermore, as the strength of the players increased, if he continued to kill players wantonly as he had in the past, the players would definitely resist. Qin Shujian had never dared to underestimate the players with the title of the 4th calamity. Therefore, instead of killing players and becoming the target of public criticism, it was more practical to recruit a group of players and make them work for him. It seems that if I want to increase the strength of the NPCs now, I can either let them cultivate step by step or increase the level of my faction, Qin Shujian thought to himself. Compared to the former, he preferred the latter. However, it was already difficult to increase the strength of a 3rd-level faction. It would be even more difficult to increase it to a 4th-level faction. The origin sect is not stable now. It is unrealistic to swallow other factions unless we can obtain more luck points like last time. Only then can we increase the strength of our faction quickly. For no reason, a shocking thought appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Find the demons. Then kill them and sacrifice them to the heavens. Once this thought appeared, he could not control it. The demons were indeed strong. But they did not seem to be as scary as the rumors said. At least the undead demon lord who died in his hands was really such a thing. However, this thought could only be temporarily thought of. Not to mention anything else, just where to find the demons was a problem. One day later, Seng Hong and the others returned. However, compared to when they went, they were in high spirits. This time, they came back in a somewhat sorry state. Not to mention anything else, when the 5 true martial realm elders returned, almost all of them were injured. Among them, Fu Gang and Xu Yuanming looked even more miserable, as if they had suffered some kind of serious injury. The only thing to be thankful for was, how many people had gone. How many people had returned. No one had died in the hands of the rebel army. Inside the Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian looked at the people who looked much better after washing up, but their auras were still unstable. He frowned. The strength of the rebel army was really so strong that even you were seriously injured. There was an expert suspected to be above the 7th level of the true martial realm in the rebel army. At the last moment, he forcefully broke through the shackles of the ordinary realm. Although he was killed by the wrath of heaven, he still seriously injured Elder Fu and Elder Shu. Seng Hong answered truthfully, and then smiled bitterly. This time we followed the army to battle. We all underestimated the rebel army. Subsequently, he told him everything that had happened this time. Qin Shujian listened to the other's words. His expression also changed slightly. According to Seng Hong, although the rebel army had been destroyed this time, the imperial court had also suffered heavy losses. Tens of thousands of soldiers had died directly or indirectly at the hands of the rebel army. Even the commander of Bingjiang City had been blown apart by Lin Shixiang's spear. However, what really caught Qin Shujian's attention was, it was the Marquis of Ifeng. Obviously, the origin of the rebel army was the so-called Marquis of Ifeng. A marquis openly rebelled and established the Great Feng Kingdom. In the end, it was destroyed by the Great Zhao, leaving Lin Shixiang and the other remnants to flee. Looking at the situation on the Shining Plains, the so-called rebel army was not tyrannical. But a rebellion was a rebellion. In the eyes of the imperial court, this was something that could not be tolerated. After understanding some more of the situation, Qin Shujian let Seng Hong and the others go down to recuperate. Subsequently, Qin Shujian spent a portion of his life source to create the identity token for everyone in Yuan sect. After studying it, he found out the identity token could not only be used by players, even NPCs could use it. The only difference was, NPCs could not accept missions through the system. However, Qin Shujian had already thought of a compromise. That was to make a mission hall and hang a series of missions on it for the people of Yuan sect to accept. In that case, whether it was issuing missions or accepting missions, it would be much more convenient. In addition, when NPCs completed missions, they would also be able to obtain the corresponding contribution points and then exchange them for the corresponding sect benefits. As for the mission review, Qin Shujian also had a suitable candidate. Because he found out, the ability to modify the contribution points of the token could be given to others. But the contribution points would definitely be very important in Yuan sect in the future. Therefore, the person who grasped this ability had to be very careful. Other than the initial people, Qin Shujian did not trust anyone else. Liu Dazhong, is this what you meant by sure? Miao Yuqing clenched her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. If it weren't for the fact that they were best friends in real life, she wouldn't have been able to hold herself back from taking action. Loss. It was a huge loss. It could be said that almost all of the Yuan sect players had profited greatly from this large-scale mission, except for those who were stoned to death before they could even see the rebel army or those who were accidentally killed by the rebel army. In the entire Yuan sect, they were the most miserable. It was a large-scale mission. He didn't get a single contribution point. He didn't even get any experience. Liu Dazhong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the scene in front of him. The more he tried to defend himself, the more likely he would be beaten up. In the next few days, the mission hall could be considered to have been completed. With Zhong Tianyu, the law-enforcing elder, in charge, Qin Shujian was quite relieved. Not long after, the carrier trading company sent a message saying that a shipment of goods would be passing through the true dominion of Mount Liang. They hoped that the Yuan sect could send some people to help. Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't reject such a matter that had been discussed long ago. However, this time, he didn't send people to take action directly. Instead, he posted a mission in the mission hall. Escort mission. Protect the convoy of the carrier trading company as they leave the true dominion of Mount Liang. During this period, you must ensure the safety of the goods. Mission requirement, martial arts realm level 7 and above. Mission completion reward, 3 taels of silver and 5 contribution point. Note, this mission requires 10 people to take it. Instantly, the mission hall attracted many people. However, when they saw the mission requirements, many players sighed inwardly. Martial arts realm level 7 was a hurdle that most of the Yuan sect players couldn't cross. However, the players couldn't meet the requirements, but it didn't mean that the others in the Yuan sect couldn't. This mission had been posted for less than an hour. It had been taken clean. On the other side, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. This was because he discovered another problem. The missions posted through the mission hall could selectively decide whether to consume life force. According to his guess, whether or not to consume life force would most likely determine whether the players would be able to obtain experience points through completing the mission. This way, posting missions through the mission hall had undoubtedly reduced his cost by a lot. As the players continued to enter. Until now, the number of players who had joined the Yuan sect had reached more than 1,000. There were nearly 2,000 of them. This was a very large number. At the same time, it also meant that the addition of these players had brought in tens of thousands of taels of silver for the Yuan sect. There were so many players. As long as they killed monsters, Qin Shujian would be able to obtain life force. Therefore, he was slowly increasing it almost every moment. Even though the increase wasn't as fast as when he eliminated the rebel army, it was still very impressive over time. Considering the increasing number of players, Qin Shujian consumed life force again and posted a mission to expand the village. Instantly, with Mount Liang as the center, it was already surrounded by the village. All the outer sect disciples were temporarily living in the village. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, if there were more and more inner sect disciples in the future, even some of them would have to live at the foot of the mountain. With a large sum of money, Qin Shujian waved his hand and directly sent someone to the carrier trading company to purchase a batch of 9th grade armors, all of which were printed with the unique symbol of the Yuan sect. All the outer sect disciples who joined the Yuan sect would be able to obtain a set of 9th grade armors. Very soon, he spat out most of the money he earned from the players. However, Qin Shujian didn't mind. Anyway, earning money from the players was secondary. The main thing was to use the players to obtain more life force. Later, Qin Shujian went to the outer sect disciples to take a look. As a result, he really did find a few traitors with negative loyalty. Without saying much, he directly expelled them from the sect and sent them back to their hometown. As for the reason, why would a sect master need to give an outer sect disciple a reason to do something? How much money is left in the Yuan sect? 21,351 taels. Xu Yuanming looked at the account book and answered honestly. As the Yuan sect grew stronger, they also needed someone to manage the expenditure. Xu Yuanming, one of the elders, directly took over this matter. Looking at the 93 points of loyalty of the other party, Qin Shujian felt that he was more trustworthy. How much of the 21,000 taels can be used? According to our current expenditure, the daily expenditure is about 300 taels. 20,000 taels can only be used for about 2 months. After deducting the daily expenditure, there is almost nothing that can be used. The higher the realm, the greater the expenditure. In addition to the 4,000 players and NPCs in the Yuan sect, the daily expenditure of 300 taels was already considered low. Qin Shujian suddenly realized. It turned out that he was still very poor. He sighed in his heart, I am still a poor man. After checking the accounts of the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian pondered as he walked. When he was about to reach the Chengwu Hall, he suddenly changed direction and headed straight for the Hall of Missions. Wool comes from sheep's back. If the sect wanted to make money, it still had to rely on these disciples. Immediately after, Qin Shujian posted a long-term mission in the mission hall, asking to collect all kinds of exotic flowers, fruits, and precious ores. According to the degree of preciousness, a certain amount of contribution points would be given. This mission instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, to them, contribution points were the most difficult thing to obtain. Besides the newly established Yuan sect and the division of positions, now, whether it was NPCs or players, if they wanted to upgrade their identity tokens, they had to complete it through contribution points. Unless they were especially superior, there was a possibility of an exception to upgrade. After posting the mission, Qin Shujian sent someone to the branch of the Cheng Transport Company to ask Ji Yufeng for a picture book that recorded ores, exotic flowers, fruits, and other things, as well as the corresponding approximate price. After all, if it was to be reviewed, the amount of contribution points to be given would depend on the degree of preciousness. After doing all these things, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that he seemed to have a lot of free time. Originally, it was a boss, but now it had become a bigger boss. Moreover, it was the kind of boss that was the master of a sect. He didn't need to worry about players attacking him at this stage. Because, before attacking him, they had to go through the Yuan sect players first. As time went by, the relationship between the Yuan sect and the players had already deepened. There were many things involved. The probability of these players betraying him was close to 0. However, to prevent accidents, Qin Shujian still checked the loyalty of these people every now and then. As long as there were no negative numbers, there wasn't a big problem. At the peak of Mount Liang, except for Qin Shujian, no one had the right to set foot here without permission. As Mount Liang rose higher, this could be said to be the place closest to the sky in the Mount Liang True Dominion. Looking at the 15,000 plus points of life and the Yuan Dian that had a plus sign, Qin Shujian directly chose to upgrade it. In an instant, 15,000 points of life disappeared. The Yuan Dian was upgraded to the 16th level. The 16th level of the Yuan Dian, middle grade true rank level 17 longevity extension, level 13 indestructible body, level 1 astral breaking quintessential essence, level 3 internal energy. The astral breaking quintessential essence had evolved into the astral breaking quintessential essence. The other changes were not big. Qin Shujian looked at the words longevity extension. He suddenly wanted to know how much lifespan the 17th level of longevity extension had increased. Or rather, how long could he live now? However, lifespan was illusory. Qin Shujian could only feel the vigorous vitality in his body. As for the length of his lifespan, he couldn't feel it at all. Subsequently, he put this matter aside and turned his gaze to the other 2 cultivation techniques. Chapter 143. Inferno Technique of the True Rank. Inferno Technique of the True Rank. Looking at the little bit of life force left, Qin Shujian wanted to directly increase it. However, he thought of the additional attributes of the title of Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. His attack would be increased by 20%. His opponent's attack would be reduced by 20%. These 2 attributes, If he fought in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, he would be able to reduce his opponent's attributes by 40%. However, Qin Shujian had never fought with an expert in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Therefore, he did not have a deep understanding of these additional attributes. However, apart from these two attributes, there was a third attribute of the title of Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. His cultivation speed would increase. This was a vague concept. It did not specify how much the increase would be. More importantly, Qin Shujian noticed the word cultivation. In the past, he had used his life force to upgrade his cultivation techniques and martial arts. Apart from cultivating the 7-leaf flower piercing palm by accident, he had not done anything else. However, now Qin Shujian wanted to try it himself. Of course. He mainly wanted to save his life force. Moreover, he had been relatively free recently. There were sect disciples harvesting life force for him. He did not need to do it himself. He would do it as soon as he thought of it. Qin Shujian looked at the spirit energy of heaven and earth that was traveling between heaven and earth. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth according to the method recorded in the Inferno technique. In the blink of an eye, as Qin Shujian breathed in and out, the spirit energy of heaven and earth swarmed toward a certain direction as if it had encountered a giant whale sucking in water. It took less than 2 or 3 seconds. Qin Shujian received a notification from the system. After diligent cultivation, your Inferno technique has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Regarding this, he didn't stop his cultivation at all. Time passed slowly. After half a day, the spirit energy of heaven and earth dispersed. Qin Shujian stood up and checked his status. His quintessential essence did not increase much, but there was a little bit of burning aura. At the same time, the Inferno technique had been upgraded to the 5th level. Inferno technique level 5, low-grade true rank Inferno True Chi level 1 inch 5-fold Inferno art. Qin Shujian nodded to himself. With his cultivation at LV6 of the true martial realm, it would be a piece of cake for him to practice basic martial arts. Not to mention, there was also the bonus of the title of Cold Mountain Region Master. This way, his cultivation speed would be even more astonishing. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the 5-fold Inferno art had saved him a few hundred life force points. Although this source of life was not much, in the future, if he had other cultivation methods, he could use this method to cultivate. When the progress was very slow, he could use the source of life to improve. Over the years, he would be able to save a lot of life force. More importantly, this kind of step-by-step cultivation gave Qin Shujian an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. There was also, he was really free. Subsequently, Qin Shujian once again operated the raging flame technique, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again swarmed towards him. This caused the peak of Mount Liang to be enveloped in a dense spiritual energy. Moreover, the clouds and mist seemed to have gained a faint green color. Such a change. It did not cause too much of a commotion. But anyone who saw it would at most stop and look at it for a while before moving on to do other things. For 5 days in a row, Qin Shujian did not leave the peak of the mountain for even half a step. As a price, the raging flame technique had also been cultivated from the 5th layer to the 9th layer. Raging flame technique, 8th layer, low-grade true level Raging Flame True Chi level 4 Raging Flame True Chi. It had already caused his true chi to have an obvious burning sensation. Qin Shujian tried to imprint his palm on a big rock. When his palm left, it left a burning mark. To this, he was quite satisfied. The only regret was, as the layers of the Raging Flame technique increased, even with the bonus of the title and the foundation of LV6 of the true martial realm, his cultivation speed still slowed down. 10,000 Yong Ordinary Realm. On a plain. Many players were watching. At this time, many of them had already turned on the recording function. Zhao Meng felt the surrounding gazes, and his face faintly revealed a proud expression. As everyone knows, as long as someone breaks through to the true martial realm in the ordinary realm, he will be able to break through and promote the advancement of the ordinary realm. The person who breaks through the shackles will also become the so-called Protectorate Lord. Now, a player has finally reached this step. Let's wait and see. The players who were recording the scene were mumbling. The surrounding atmosphere was very enthusiastic. After all, although the progress of this game was quite fast in the early stages, it slowed down from LV6 of the Martial Realm onwards. Firstly, it was limited by the cultivation technique. Secondly, it required a lot of experience for each subsequent level. In addition, there was the penalty of dropping one level for each accidental death, which slowed down the speed of leveling. However, no matter how slow the speed was, there was always a small group of players who took the lead and reached the limit of the ordinary realm. One more step. It was the true martial realm that no player had reached. I want to be the first player to reach the true martial realm. I want to become the true Protectorate Lord too. After today, everyone in the game should remember my name, Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng stood with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This time, he wanted to gain both fame and fortune. Zhao Meng looked at the low-grade truth-level cultivation technique on the attribute panel and took out a scarlet elixir pill. The elixir pill was called the Essence Strengthening Elixir. However, the players preferred to call it the Experience Elixir. This was an elixir pill that could provide a large amount of experience points to the cultivation technique after consumption. It was not only rare but also precious among the players. In order to obtain this essence strengthening elixir, Zhao Meng had paid a hefty price. Immediately, he swallowed the essence strengthening elixir. The experience points of the 10th level of the cultivation technique increased rapidly and reached the 11th level in a short while. Rumble. Thunder snakes danced in the sky as if it was the end of the world. Breaking the shackles was not going against the heavens, but one had to go through the necessary tests. Otherwise, if one advanced to the true dominion and the Protectorate Lord's strength was not strong enough, it would be a sin that could not be redeemed. Zhao Meng did not even think about it. He took out a set of armor and put it on. Then, he held a long sword. At this moment, he could already feel that his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. He could see the black threads intertwining in his vision. The shackles of the ordinary dominion were completely revealed in front of him. Zhao Meng waved his sword and slashed at the intertwining black net. Then, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain a grade 3 sharp weapon. However, when it came into contact with the black net, it seemed to have encountered an indestructible defense. The black threads only trembled slightly, but it could not cut through at all. This time, it had completely angered the thunder in the sky. The thunder snakes swooped down and completely enveloped Zhao Meng. He looked at the shocking thunder. Zhao Meng felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by a large hand. However, the grade 3 armor he was wearing still gave him great confidence and confidence. It was rumored that this level of armor could even resist the attack of a true martial realm expert. Rumble. The dense thunder poured down and turned the area where Zhao Meng was standing into a thunder zone. Some of the spectating players who were close to the scene turned into white light and dissipated the moment they touched the overflowing thunder. This scene, immediately, the spectating players who were watching the video were frightened and retreated. They only calmed down after they had retreated to a safe area. When they looked at the field, their line of sight was completely blocked by the thunder. How is it? There was no need to be stubborn. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.